Hi, thanks for watching. My name is Andy Norton, and this is a playthrough of the One Ring Roleplaying Game. This is a solo playthrough. I am both the lore master and I am running a full party of 4 heroes going through the One Ring Tales from the Lone Lands, which is a adventure campaign book, which includes 6 different adventures. We worked through the first adventure as a party in the last video, and this is the second video in this series, and I hope to work through the second adventure in this book. So I'm very excited. Thank you for joining me at the table and for just spending these couple of hours here together. Hopefully it won't be 4 hours like last time. I don't think it will be, but we will see. So, all right. So we can jump into it much quicker this time though, because we don't have to create a character. And if you're interested in that, you can go and watch that video where we created Amlaith, one of the 4 characters. So instead we can jump right into things and sort of pick up where we left off. So I thought I would first of all give you a brief reintroduction to the characters. So we have Amlaith, who is a ranger of the north. We have Lôrwend, who is a elven woman. We have Frerin, who is a dwarf, and Reginard Goodbody, who is a halfling. And these 4 came together as sort of the outsiders. That's not necessarily their name yet, but it's how Gandalf the Grey, our patron, thought of us. He thought that each of us and all of us as a group really demonstrated something that stood us apart from the rest of our culture. And because of that, he thought that we would have a great dynamic as a group together. So if you remember, Reginard Goodbody is not only inquisitive and having a big heart to protect the Shire. His calling as a warden, but in particular, he also is not drawn to the things that halflings are always drawn to. He's not drawn to beer and good times together in that way. He loves drinking tea. And so he's sort of got a Harry Potter aesthetic with his glasses and his ruffled hair, and he loves to drink tea. So that's Reginard Goodbody, but he's good with a sword as well. Reginard, if you remember Frerin, he does not love gold like all dwarves do. Instead, he has this desire to be with living things and with small things, with growing things. And he has a message for the world that he's going to begin to unlock, hopefully, this session. Lôrwend is not called by the sea. She does not feel a call to the west because of the darkness of Middle-earth. And instead, the long defeat has driven her to seek for something here in Middle-earth, which we'll see if this session or not, she begins to understand a little bit more of that as well. What is she called to that's drawing her here and sort of giving her this dark aesthetic and this different way of being an elf. And then finally, Amlaith, the ranger of the north, who stands out from other rangers because he doesn't like to be alone. He likes to be with other people. He's a people person, and he is a true-hearted, open-hearted person who has no suspicion of others and who wants to believe in the best in others and is trusting to a fault. So that's Amlaith. And we talked about this in the first session, but he's going to discover this session about something else that's special about him and something about his past or about maybe his ancestry. And so we'll get into that this session. So that is the 4 characters in our party, just as a reintroduction. And what we covered last session, just really briefly, in fact, well, I could say that right now, the 4 of them are gathered together in the Prancing Pony and recounting to someone their exploits of last time. And what happened last time was that they were in the Prancing Pony and they had been guided by the counsel of Gandalf, who said, at this point, any adventure is better than no adventure. So even if you have misgivings, even if you have doubts about whether this is a safe venture or the right venture, or if you can trust them, you should just go for it so that you can come together as a party and begin to be a company of heroes. And so taking that advice, they followed the very untrustworthy Jari and the shifty Damerock, I believe his name was. I have that wrong probably. and they went to the Vale of Morglen, and they defeated not one, not two, but 3 trolls in different ways. One of them they shoved into the ravine in which they were meant to be ambushed and defeated him there. Another they spoke to in the fortress, the ruined fortress there, and convinced to go back north to his kind. And the last one, Nellie Longarms, they defeated in a vicious battle in the middle of a lake where she was hidden under the water and reaching up and grasping at them. So defeated all of them. The man, Damerock, is that his name? I keep on getting that name mixed up. Damerock, let's see. Let me make sure this is the correct name. Yeah, it is. No, Diremock. That's what it is. Diremock. I've got those letters mixed around. Diremock was reunited with his family and is now building out a home there in the Vale of Morglen. Jari was converted by sort of a baptism where he almost died in the lake, and we drew him forth from it after having given him a chance to come back and join us on our side. And so he is now on a journey of forgiveness. There was also, I think I called her Skilda, but I believe that it's actually pronounced Shilda because of the kind of Old English pronunciation. Shilda Heather was a young girl who we rescued as well, and who went back with Orethel, who is a ranger woman who took Shilda under her wing and is now training her up with the Rangers of the North. And so that's sort of where things were left, and we went home to Bree. And so now it's been a couple of weeks after a fellowship phase, and we are now here in the Prancing Pony sharing this story with none other than Gandalf the Grey, our patron. So I wanted to do sort of a session, part 0 here, and sort of have a brief meeting with our patron, Gandalf. And so my thoughts here was that Gandalf is astonished at the danger that was in Morglen's Vale and the company's success, right? And he's somewhat regretful that his counsel led to such danger for the company. You know, he's like, I should just say what he says. Let's see. Gotta get into the voice for him. I am astounded by your success as a company, and I begin to regret that I gave you such counsel. What kind of fool would give counsel of take any adventure being better than no adventure? But it appears it's led you true thus far. So to that end, I believe that you should take up this next adventure that I've heard rumor of. My friends in Lôrwend have been saying strange things that lead me to believe that you, as a company, are called there. I think all of you will find something very interesting there and a new path set before you. All of you. And he looks in particular at Amlaith and sort of gives them a strange look and repeats, yes, all of you. And then he looks at Reginard and says, you in particular, you recognize someone there who's close to you, or who you are aware of. You know his name, but I will not spoil that surprise for you, and you can see when you get there. And then with that, I'm off. I must away. And so then Gandalf leaves them. So he's there at the Prancing Pony. He's heard from us our tale, and now he's moved on. And he's told us that in Lôrwend, which is down here, we have another adventure waiting for us. That the rumors that he has heard lead him to believe that there's an adventure waiting there for our company. So that is meeting with Gandalf, and he's off to. I think that what he says is there's an artifact that's been discovered by a friend of mine, and I must insist that he reject it. And that's the thought there. I had rolled a couple of words on the lore tables to pull up the words artifact and reject. So I'm imagining that the mission that he's off to is to make sure that someone does not maybe use some weapon or some gift that they've been given. But he rushes out the door and is out into the night, and he's gone almost as quickly as he came to meet us as a party. So that is our meeting with Gandalf the Grey. And so now in this session, sort of, or part 0.5, which I'm calling a dangerous business, I'm thinking that I'm going to not play out a whole journey. The book doesn't suggest that you play out the entire journey from Bree to Lôrwend, both because that's a very long journey and also because we're going to go on a longer journey as well. So instead, I'm imagining that we went south along the Greenway. We made our way mostly toward Tharbad. We heard rumor of ill tidings of Tharbad, and we're unsure of whether we should go to Tharbad proper. And so I'm imagining we cut southwest across the Minhiriath and down to the Grey Flood, and found someone who could take us down the Grey Flood to Lôrwend most of the way. I'm thinking maybe down to closer to the forest, and that maybe we were deposited here. Maybe it was woodmen who were actually going to then be doing logging and such, and then sending it down the way to Lôrwend, and we were told that we needed to go the rest of the way on foot. And I'm thinking that as we were traveling south along this way, we came across, we came for multiple nights in a row, we heard the cry of wolves. And actually, we remembered one other thing that Gandalf had said to us before he left the Prancing Pony. He said, by the way, there's been talk of wolves being bolder in their attacks near Lôrwend, so be careful as you approach the city, and take this. And he gave us actually a big old firework, a magical firework that's a big old Gandalf rune on it, and he says, use it only if in greatest need. And so we have that. We can use it, but we don't need to. But for multiple nights in a row, as we're approaching Lôrwend, we're hearing the howls of the wolves, and we seem to hear more and more and more each night. And on one particular night, as we're close to the city, we can just sense, I'm imagining maybe Amlaith in particular senses that this is the night that wolves have been gathering, and they're sensing that this may be their last chance to attack. And maybe they've held off because they can see, they've been seeing our party and realizing that they see the clattering swords and the bows that we carry with us. They can tell that we are not travelers that can be easily waylaid, and they have waited until they've gathered enough strength. And so one night we're sitting prepared, and we are all awake, clutching our weapons, when suddenly out of the darkness, 6 wolves break out into the firelight of our camp and attack. And so in these moments, I want to have just sort of a brief combat. This isn't necessarily meant to be an overlong combat. And so what I've given it is a couple of things. I wanted to describe each of the characters and how they prepared for this combat, and see if they have maybe a special advantage going into that first round, if they can have if they have a good enough preparation. But also I wanted to say that if we have not defeated at least 4 of the wolves after the third player attack phase, then at that point we'll have to use the firework of Gandalf to end the fight. We don't want to use it because he said use it only in greatest need, but we can use that to just end the fight if we need to. But basically within those first 3 rounds, we want to kill at least 4 of these 6 wolves to make the rest of them scatter. And so we'll enter into combat here for a brief combat. So all right, so here we go. Again, this is sort of a part 0.5. This is not in the adventure book for this session, but I wanted to start off with a brief combat, since it might be a while before we get to one in the rest of this video anyway. So here we go. So we have Lôrwend, who is our archer. We have Amlaith. We have Frerin, and we have Reginard, who I'm going to try so hard to say Reginard and not Reginald. I kept saying that last time. All right, so here we are. And I'm imagining that while we are around the campfire, Lôrwend has been laying there with a cloak draped across her, but underneath the cloak she has her bow and arrow ready to go, and she is in fact actually she'll get an opening volley even though there's not much distance between them, because she's just so ready to go. So that will be sort of her advantage. And then Amlaith is also there, and he's focused on encouraging everyone else and making sure that everyone is ready for this fight. Reginard has his sword, and he's sort of shivering a little bit. He's brave, but this is 6 great wolves. There's at least 6 wolves that are leaping into the firelight, but there are more wolves, it seems, behind them, waiting to attack if necessary. And then there's Frerin, who has every night for the past 5 nights he's been sharpening his blade. And so I'm thinking that for Frerin, he might have, I'm just gonna say for the first round at least, on on a roll for piercing blow, he gets it on 1. He almost gets like a +1 to his piercing blow, or just a +1 to his feat die in general, as well. I'll say +1 to his feat die. And that is us. So as the wolves attack, we're gonna say Lôrwend gets 1 opening volley shot. So Lôrwend is right here. She hits on a 14, and so we will go ahead and roll for her. She has her feat die, and she increased her bows last time, so she rolls 3 dice now, which is awesome. So she has a feat die and 3 dice. And she is going to shoot at one of these wolves, which, by the way, I haven't even pulled up the wolves in the core rulebook, but I've seen them before in here. They're in the adversary section, which is in the lore master section, which I learned last time. And yeah, here we go. They're somewhere in here. There's the undead. They might be before this. Here we go. Wolves of the wild. So I'm going to just say that these are wild wolves. And I think there could maybe be a wolf chieftain among them, so maybe a wolf chieftain and 5 wild wolves. But I'm gonna say that we don't necessarily know which is which in the darkness as they first attack us. So I'm gonna have these are gonna be the 6 wolves, and one of them is gonna be, I'm gonna have this this Y is gonna represent the leader, the wolf chieftain. And so Lôrwend is shooting at one of these, and they none of them have a parry value, so all of them are just going to still be this 14 target number for her to hit. And she knocks an arrow to her bow and shoots. All right, now, yes, good. She gets a 16 out of that, including a 6 for a great success, or for a special success, which she'll be able to use to deal a special damage. So her bow normally does 3 damage, so she'll deal 3 damage to one of these wargs, which I'll just roll on this. It's going to be this one right here. So this one's going to take 3 damage, and they have 12 endurance, it looks like. And let's see, 12 endurance. And I'll look at our choices for attacks. She could use this to just deal a heavy blow. It's probably what she'll do. So a heavy blow for her would be another 7 damage, because she has 6 strength and it's a 2-handed weapon. So it'd be 7 damage. This would almost be dead. I think she's going to do that. So this is down to 2 health from 10. So arrow just catches it on the shoulder. It howls in pain as she strikes it. And where did I put my note cards? And that is, I'll just write over here. So it's going to be 10 damage to this wolf here. And then that is the opening volley. So then they'll launch into positions. So this has a lot of wolves. Let's see. I'm thinking that little Reginard sees the wounded wolf and leaps to attack it in open. He's in open stance. Amlaith will, maybe he will sense actually the wolf chieftain and attacks the chieftain directly with forward stance. No, he'll do open stance as well. So open stance for him. And then Frerin is just going to go for it with forward stance, and he is going to attack one of these wolves. And I think that since we're not outnumbered by more than 2 to 1, Lôrwend can stay back here. And then the wolves, I think, are going to just pair off just 2 to a hero, like so. And so here we go. So starting with Frerin in the forward stance, he will attack one of these wolves. And Frerin is great with his great axe. He's going to roll 3 dice and a fate die, and he will also roll 1 additional die because of this this forward stance. And he just says, come at me. And he comes in and swings and tries to catch one of these. Just basically catch one of the wolves, bring it down, and then chop its head off is what he's going for. So let's see what he does. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's going to do it, I think. Because he rolled a bunch of great numbers. He's going to hit his target number of just 14. But he also rolled a 10, which is a piercing blow. And so with a piercing blow, he can deal a wound to it. So it's going to have to do a parry to not die. So let's see. The Great Axe anyways does 8 damage. So this wolf is taking 8 damage already. I'll write that down. And it is engage with Frerin. There we go. 8 damage to this wolf. But if it fails its parry roll here, or not its parry, its protection roll here, then it will die. It has only 1 armor, so it's got a dice and a dice, and so it needs to hit the injury, which is 20 for this great axe. So yeah, basically needs to get an eye on this roll, which is a positive thing for them. Does not get it, so Frerin does exactly what he seeks to do, catches it with his axe, brings it to the ground, whips it around, and just decapitates one of these wolves. So it is dead, snarling and dead. Now, let's say Reginard comes in and attacks this wounded wolf. And Reginard is great with his sword. He's going to be rolling 3 dice and a feat dice. But he does have a target number of 16 for him. So does he want to do anything more than that? No, I think he'll be fine because he just needs to get that 16. He's gonna spend a hope. So he's gonna spend a hope. Goes from 15 hope down to 14. And so in this moment, he needs to. He is surrounded by wolves. There are 2 wolves engaged with him, and he is going to buckle up his courage and remember that Gandalf gave them something that they can use in a pinch. And so he's going to be fine. He's going to do his best here, and they can always pull the trigger on that firecracker and use that to drive away these wolves, because wolves hate fire and light. And so we're going to add a dice to his roll. However, this wolf, desperate as it is going to spend a hate to use snake-like speed, which is its ability. It says, when targeted by an attack, spend 1 hate to make the attack roll ill-favored. So an ill-favored roll, I'll spend a hate for that one. Down to 2, use 1 hate. There we go. An ill-favored roll means you take 2 feat dice and you take the worst of them. So here we are, Reginard trying to finish off this wolf, but it's snake-like speed. It tries to dodge around him, and he stabs at it. Oh no! So he got an eye and an 8, so he has to take the eye because of that snake-like speed. And so because of that, he only has a 12. That's so brutal. So he misses because this wolf just with its hatred just dodges his attacks. That stinks. That's really rough. All right, that was his attack. Now Amlaith, he sees the great wolf chieftain. So this wolf chieftain has 16 endurance. It has the same snake-like speed. It has the ability to spend a hate to restore 1 hate to all other wargs in the fight. And let's see, fear of fire. The creature loses 1 hate at the start of each round it is engaged in close combat with an adversary wielding a torch or other sort of burning item. And I do believe that Amlaith, that was his preparation, was that not only was he sitting there stealing the courage of the entire group, but then also he grabbed the company's like flaming, its torch, its brand, and then put it in the fire. I'm trying to think of a better word for that. Ignites the torch and comes to attack. He sees in the light of the torch, he sees the great wolf chieftain snarling and clearly full of greater hatred than all the rest of them, and he attacks it. So the wolf chieftain actually and this other wolf lose a hate at the start of this round because they're engaged with Amlaith. So the wolf chieftain and the wolf are down by 1 hate here. And now he strikes at the wolf chieftain. So he's rolling 3 dice and a feat die. And this wolf chieftain does not want to go down in one fight. So it's also going to spend a hate to make this roll ill-favored with its snake-like speed. So he's going to ill-favor this. Amlaith needs to get, I believe a 14. Yeah, 14 for him to hit this great wolf chieftain. The wolf chieftain only has 1 might. So if he can get a wound on it, that would be fantastic. So let's see what we got. Unlikely with an ill-favored roll. Oh, whoa, shoot. This ill-favored is helping so much. Instead of a Gandalf rune, which would have been a piercing blow, etc., we have to take the 1. Now it is 11, 12, 14, so we still get the hit. That's great. 11, 12, 14, still hits the target number 14, even with that ill-favored roll. And he got a 6, which will allow him to do a heavy blow, which I don't think that will kill. Let's see. So this is 4 damage from the sword. It is not two-handed, but he can spend the success die to deal 6 more damage. So it's going to be 10 damage on this wolf chieftain, bring it down to 6 hit points. So it's down to 6 out of 16. So Amlaith, despite the wolf chieftain dodges and backs down on its heels and snarls at Amlaith, and Amlaith in that moment swings his sword around, whips around, and catches the chieftain with a great slash across its chest, but does not quite wound it or kill it. And that is Amlaith. Now Lôrwend, I think, is just gonna shoot and kill try and kill the warg that is engaged with Reginard. So she knocks her arrow and shoots, and oh no, got an eye on her roll. She got just a 10. That is not gonna do it, and so her arrow flies to the side of the wolf. Wow, that is gross, because now there's a bunch of wolves attacking. So starting off with Frerin, let's see how do these attack. These wolves have fangs of 3, and they do 3, 14. So they're going to be rolling 3 dice, and they'll have a dice like this, and they will need to hit for Frerin. I think he's pretty easy to hit. Yeah, he's got a parry of 14. So this just needs to get a 14. And remembering that eyes are automatic hits. Okay, this is just, wow, 3 ones right there. So on an 11, it misses. So this wolf snarls and snaps at Frerin, misses. Reginard, we're going to have the wounded one is going to attack him here. Oh, sorry, he should have had 1 more. That was 11. One more dice. Another 1. Because he was in open stance. So there should have been 1 more dice against him. It was still another 1, so it still missed. The wounded wolf attacks Reginard. Ooh, let's see. That's 6, 11, 17. But Reginard has a parry of 19. So he misses even though he had a great success. He does have 19. So this one also attacks. However, this one is also going to use a hate. So it's going to use a hate. Let's see. One hate to attack him and add another dice. So here we go. This needs a 19 to hit Reginard. Oops. Let's see. That is... Oh, Gandalf, which is good for us because that's a 0 when he rolls it. So this is just a 10 right there. Boom. Misses him. And then this wolf jumps at Amlaith and is not going to use a hate because it's down to literally just 2 hate. And it will go, if it runs out of hate, it will, in fact, actually, so the wolf chieftain spent a hate. So it spent 2 hate, right? Did I make note of that? Yes, it did spend 2 of its hate. When you go down to 0 hate, they are then... I believe weary. They're weary, I think, when they're at 0 hate. So he's not going to spend a hate here. He's just going to attack Amlaith. That's another Gandalf symbol, which is great for us. It's just a 13. Amlaith has, I hope that misses. Yeah, he has a 16, so it misses. And then similarly, so the Great Wolf will attack with 3. Oh, interesting. All right, there's 3 and 1 and attack him right here. So this is going to be a 1, 1, 5, 6, 11, 13. So it just misses as well. So all of them attack and no one lands a hit on the company. I love that. And so back to, this is the second round. Again, we can only go 3 rounds. We need to kill 4 of these wargs. We've only killed 1 so far. So back to the next round. Amlaith will stay engaged with the Great Wolf, and let's see, when does it go? Spend 1 hate. He'll stay engaged with the Great Wolf. Reginard is going to stay engaged with the wolf that he almost killed, and Frerin will continue to fight this wolf that he's been attacking. So then the other 2 wolves will, you know what, I'm actually doing this backwards. I think because they have more than us, they're the ones who are supposed to engage us, I believe. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that they get to choose. So in that case, the wounded one maybe scampers around, leaps over Reginard, and attacks Frerin, right? Yeah, Frerin. And the Great Wolf attacks Reginard. So leaps over Amlaith, attacks Reginard, and then another one attacks Amlaith. And then with the last 2, they'll have 1 more on Reginard, 1 more on Frerin. And I think that's how that goes. So here we go. So there's a wounded one fighting Frerin. So at this point, then Frerin will attack first. Frerin, I don't think he wants to kill the wounded one. I think he wants to go for the full health one. So he'll attack him. He's rolling 3 dice and defeat dice plus 1 because of the forward stance. So he sees the wolves regrouping, leaping to attack their desired prey, and he growls in anger as he sees the Great Wolf go towards Reginard, and so he wants to work his way to the Great Wolf. Here we go. So he tries to chop this one in half. He gets 10, 14, 0 from that eye. What does he take to hit? Let's see. I forget. It is a 14. Let's go. 14. That's 14 with a success, which allows him to, we said it was 8 damage from this great axe, and he can just do a heavy blow and kill this one in 1 blow. This wolf leaps up at him, this full of hate wolf, and he just rips it right down its face in half, chops that wolf up. Nicely done, Frerin. Now, Reginard, he's not scared of this great wolf, and he will attack the Great Wolf. So the Great Wolf has 2 hate. The Great Wolf, seeing Reginard attack him, is going to spend both of his hate. He has 4 hate total. He's going to spend his last 2 hate. One of the hate he's going to spend is going to restore 1 hate to all other wargs in the fight. It's a howl of triumph. So he's not even afraid of Reginard. He howls in triumph, and all the other wolves regain their hate. Although this one would have lost 1 from attacking Amlaith. I think it would regain. Maybe I missed it a little bit, but I think it regained its hate. So I think they all regain their hate with this howl of triumph, except for him. He's down to no hate because he's spending a hate to make this attack ill-favored. So now Reginard is going to attack with an ill-favored attack, but he just comes in and swings as bravely as he can. All right, he's got a 5 and a 5, so it pulls that away. So it's going to be 11, 12, 14. Does that do it? I don't think so. Yeah, no, he's only got, he needs a 16 to hit. So he attacks and misses against the Great Wolf, who snarls in delight. And now Amlaith looks and sees this, and with a great anger at everyone always picks on Reginard. He is gonna swing at this wolf here. So he's got 3 dice, feet die, and he will. I think that's what he'll do. He'll just roll that, and this wolf is not going to spend its hate yet. Oh, here we go. This might be good for him. 16, that'll get a hit, and with a great success. And so he could, let's see, yeah, he'll use that to deal another 6 damage. So he deals 10 damage to this wolf as well. So this wolf is down to 2 hit points. So now Amlaith is facing a wolf who has just 2 hit points left. And right here, the Great Wolf has just 6 hit points. This wolf has just 2 hit points. And that's basically what's going on here. That Great Wolf has spent all of its hate. So it will have a miserable roll, which is good. And yeah, so there we go. Lôrwend is going to shoot. And I think she's going to shoot at this wolf. So she turns and tries to shoot at the one. So Frerin's been doing hard work. Lôrwend turns and shoots. She is going to spend a hope to shoot at this wolf. But this wolf tries to spend a hate and use its snake-like speed. So it's going to be ill-favored. Oh my gosh. Another ill-favored roll is going to turn a Gandalf to a 1, which is so sad. But let's see. Pretty good roll, though. Otherwise, 10, 14. Does that do it? Again, I'm so bad at remembering. Yes, Lôrwend got it. 14. She got 14 target number. And just barely catches this wolf and kills it. And she has a special success that she doesn't need to use on damage. Let me remember what you can do. There's an ability called Fend Off, but I don't think that she needs to do that in this instance because I don't think it helps her. It'd be if someone was attacking her. There's Fend Off, there is Heavy Blow, there's Pierce, there's Shield Thrust. Yeah. So she has nothing she can spend that success on. She just wipes out that wolf. So now to the wolves. Let's do this wolf first, remembering that it has no hate, so it's got a miserable attack. So it is, not miserable, weary. So weary means that 1s, 2s, and 3s will be counted as 0s. So this great wolf now is weary from its work against Reginard, and it will attack him though. It needs to get 19. Yeah, 19. Here we go. And that's a pretty good roll. 10. Wow, almost got him. 17. So just snapping at him. He got a great success. But Reginard just uses his sword to bat away its claws and gives him a kick. And the great wolf chieftain is actually kind of weaker and can't stop him from just the little hobbit from kicking him backwards, and which is impressive. And now this wolf attacks Reginard, and he's not weary, and he's not going to spend a hate. He wants to use that hate for the next attack. 11, 17, so close. Reginard again dodges under this wolf as it leaps at him and does not get him. And then this one attacks Amlaith. And he's going to spend a hate because I think he's going to be out of hate next turn anyways. So spend a hate. Does he want to spend a hate? No, because he won't spend a hate, because if he spends a hate, then he'll be considered... No, he hasn't used any hate, so he'll be fine. He'll spend a hate right now and attack. I don't think he'll be out of hate next time. Oh boy, here we go. That's a good roll for him. That's 16. That is a ton. He got a special success, and he got a piercing blow. So he can deal a total of, it would be normally, this is finally getting a hit on him. So he jumps at Amlaith and bites into his neck, and he actually like bats Amlaith in the face and then bites into his neck. So the bat in the face is going to be a total of 3 plus 3, so 6 damage to Amlaith. So he'll be going down from 26 to 20. And additionally, so 26 to 20. And additionally, he has to make a protection roll now. So he has 2 dice because of his leather corselet, 2 dice and a feat die to see if he cannot take a wound from this bite. Oh, that's 14. What does he have to get here? Sorry, 14. Oh, it is 14. He needs to get a 14. Literally is the fangs have an injury rating of 14. So he gets, that's not a 14. Why am I doing the math? That's a 10, isn't it? Yeah, it's just a 10 right there. I don't know why I thought that was a 14. Oh man. He does not get it, and so he gets bitten. Oh, this terrible, the jaws clenching on his neck, and he has to wrest this wolf off of him. So he takes a wound. Let's see how serious a wound this is. A 1 is this wound really barely touched him. That's just 1 day's worth of recovery from his wound. So that is great. So he's wounded, but just 1 day. So I'm gonna write down 1 day on his sheet to be healed from that. Wow. And that is their attacks. And so now it is back to the party. At this point now, we are down. This is the last round. We have to kill one more of these wolves. Otherwise, we're going to have to resort to greater measures. And so Frerin is going to go after he comes charging in to attack the chieftain. So the chieftain will be in forward position with him. Amlaith will attack the wolf who has taken no damage so far. I think this one, and he kicks this one away from him and swings at the one attacking Reginard, and then Reginard dodges in and attacks the one that has just 2 hit points left, who I think was fighting Amlaith. And then Lôrwend stays back in position and will shoot. So here we go. So let's start off with Frerin coming in at the chieftain who has no hate remaining. Frerin's gonna roll all of these dice and try and hit this chieftain. So he is totally gonna get it. That's a 60, as a 20. So he comes in and with a heavy blow, and so he roaring rushes into this wolf chieftain, pops it in the face, swings his axe at its outstretched arms and rips a paw off, and then he twirls around and brings his axe down into its haunches, and it howls in terrible pain. He crunches the axe into it, and it falls limp and dies. And with that, the other wolves see their leader fall and howl in fear and scamper away, and all the other shadowy figures in the night flee away as well. and the company falls back to the light of the campfire, breathing heavy, happy to have seen the wolves flee, smelling the smell of blood and the smell of singed fur from those who were touched by Amlaith's torch, and seeing the shadowy figures running away some distance away from them in the darkness. And they stumble up to each other, and Amlaith feels this wound on his neck, and the party says, "You're wounded," and they rush to see how they can help him. So, all right. So, as for helping him after this fight, Amlaith does have ranks in healing. He also has that knuckle bone of King Argaleb, which is that relic, that healing relic, and they've unlocked its powers. And so everyone rushes to Amlaith, but Amlaith actually holds them back and says, "No, wait." And he collapses to his knees and breathing heavy in exhaustion from the fight. But he pulls out the knuckle bone of King Argaleb, holds it to his neck with one hand, places his other hand on his heart, and he bows his head in a silent prayer. And he speaks. He's whispering under his breath, elven words, elven blessings. Lôrwend stands and holds a hand over her heart and speaks some of the same blessing words. She obviously does not have the same heart and desire as so many of her other elven people, but she still prays the same prayers and says the same words of blessing. And so she stands there in silence. Reginard is amazed at what's happening, and Frerin stands solemnly with his axe, like the butt of it on the ground and the top of it right under his hands. He stands there solemnly looking at Amlaith as this happens. And Amlaith attempts to a healing roll. So he will have a feat dice and 2 dice, and he will have 2 more dice because of this knuckle bone of King Argaleb II, is my understanding. Let's pull it up real fast just to make sure that's what it is. But it is a special tool that he has to be able to use. So here we go. It's there's a blessing, and it says, when the bearer of a marvelous artifact or wondrous item gains 2d when making rolls using the skill corresponding to its blessing, and allows a player hero to achieve a magical success, which is page 21. So I think that when it allows you to do a magical success, I'm pretty certain he could spend a hope. I think that's what you can do for a magical success. Yeah, you could spend a hope before a skill roll to achieve a magical success, which would pass the action automatically regardless of the target number. He does not need that. He's going to roll this. He just needs to get a 13. So here we go. And he just, is whispering, whatever, some elvish words. Here we go. And he totally gets it. There we go. Totally redeems himself. Gets a 20 with a great success, which means that it's going to reduce the number of days for this wound to heal by 2. Now, he was already down to 1, and I don't recall off the top of my head if that can go below 1, but we can check that out later. I don't know for sure, but at the very least, I'm going to say it miraculously seems to nearly heal right there in the end then, and he is gonna be fine. So everyone is kind of astonished at the wound. It didn't look that bad before, but it clearly looks like it's mostly healed already as they look at his neck. And they kind of all come in around him and peer at his neck. All 3 of the rest of the company comes close and is looking at his neck and sort of touching it and sort of marveling and laughing. And they have this moment of joy and laughter as they recognize that a special grace has befallen Amlaith in this moment, and they've had this beautiful moment after having defeated a band of hungry, dangerous wolves, and they've raised their weapons in victory. And Frerin begins to sing a song of dwarven victory, which is beautiful to hear because they don't hear from him many of the same songs of treasure and of gold and of hoards that many other dwarves would sing. And so it's fun to hear him singing a song he loves to hear, a song of victory. So that is that part 0.5 as they're approaching the city. And that is that. So as they come to the city, this is the next thing up here. So let's reset some things here, and we'll be going back into the book itself and seeing what that has to offer. So here we are. Let me flip the sheet here. I love that combat sheet though. Doesn't it almost look, I don't know what it looks like to me. It almost looks like Dante's Inferno or something, like something about it. It looks very, gosh, I can't describe it, like the word for that, but it just looks great to me. It looks beautiful and special. So here we go. But the map of Eriador is also great. And so we've come down the Grey Flood, down through these plains to Lôrwend. And here we go. So coming into the book, this chapter of the book is called Messing About in Boats. And it has this beautiful first page here. Look at that. Mysterious and haunting, which we will come to see what that's all about. Messing about in boats. Indeed, few hobbits had ever seen or sailed upon the sea, and fewer still had ever returned to report it. But we'll have some experience of that here soon. So, all right. So really, as we're approaching the city, I had already pre-rolled a few things. So I'll show you what I'm working with. So here in the Moria, through the doors of Durin, this book is so cool. But in the very, very, very back, I've been using the lore tables to roll. So if you roll on these tables, so you roll a feat die and a success die, you can get different sort of instructive words that can help you to add details to the story. So there's actions, so verb words. There's aspects, which are mostly adjectives. And then there's features, which are mostly nouns, sort of things you might find in a place. And then focus, which is nouns, but they're more like ideas and ideals rather than things. And or their themes, that sort of thing. So I made a number of sort of pre-rolled rolls on this table, so I didn't have to constantly be using that. So I kind of went through the outline of the story, and I've got a few of those ready. I can use those lore tables again if I need to, but that are in the middle of the adventure. If I wanted to re-roll pre-roll some, and so one of the some of the words. Well, actually, I should say a couple of the words that I'd pre-rolled for the camp where they were at on that last night before reaching Lôrwend was viewpoint and nest. And so I imagine that what they actually had done is they'd come up to sort of the crest of this hill, and there was this view. It was a viewpoint. It was like almost like a viewing place, a perfect viewing place of Lôrwend, and they had camped there within sight. And there'd been sort of the sense of, do we want to be here with half of our backs to this cliff edge where we could be attacked by these wolves that have been seeming to follow us, but it was too much not to have it within sight, because I could see the lights of the candles in the towers of Lôrwend in the great distance. And just seeing that gave them courage and something to look forward to. So there was that viewpoint, and then that word nest. I was thinking that they also there was on the side of this like cliff of the viewpoint that they were looking off of, were all these unusual foreign birds that hardly any of them had ever seen before, and they were perched into the side, the cliff. And they're not puffins, but they're sort of like that sort of marine type bird. And this isn't too, they're not too far from the coast. And so they're a type of bird that comes in a little bit of a ways from the coast, but who do migrate out to nearer the coast at different times. But here on this viewpoint, they had found a cliff face that was perfect for how they liked to nest. And so all night there was sort of a peaceful jabbering of the birds as well, and they liked that. And the birds were a great confirmation that the wolves are approaching, as they heard the birds fall silent as the wolves approached. So that was sort of how I used those words there. Now, though, as they approach the city, this is the town of Lôrwend. It's not really a city; it's a town of Lôrwend. It's at the mouth of the Grey Flood here, out into the empties out into the ocean. And it's not a full city at this point. It used to be a great city. It was a haven, one of the main havens of Numenorean sailors. But at this point, it's now a small fishing village at the mouth of the Grey Flood, built atop the ruins of an ancient town that was already old when the kingdoms of the north were young. And now today, the Lôrwend is ruled by Nimue, who was a brave young woman who delivered the town from a sea serpent and was acclaimed queen of this little kingdom for her effort. So we've been told by Gandalf in the past of Lôrwend and his friend Nimue, who has recovered the town, and the town is now being built up and beginning to become a wonderful new place in this age. It's also known, this town is also known for the old towers that rise above the town, towers built by seers and astrologers in days of old, in imitation of the elf tower of Elastirion, where they could look back west in hopes of glimpsing the vanished glory of Numenor. So this city is quite special, even though it used to be a great city. Now it's really more of a fishing village, but it's beginning to be built up. It has a queen, and it is not too bad. It is impressive, and actually, as the water recedes and comes up against the city, you can see the ruins of the old city before the great drowning. And so even though there's this city that's built on top of ruins, there's also, you can see ruins out in the water, and half submerged, which is just beautiful and haunting. And so a couple of the words I had for the city was, there's debris, sound, and wondrous. And so as the party, I'm imagining as a party is walking, we're walking through into the city. And again, it's a thriving fishing village, but at every turn, not only are there fishing hawker stalls and boat repair and all of this industry, but also at every turn there's piles of rubble and piles of debris as the water brings in pieces of the ruins and brings them back out again. It's sort of it's a very messy look to the city, and there's also the sound that you hear of just creaking of boats and the lashing of cords of rope that are being tied together, and the sound of people hawking their wares in the street. It's a very busy little city. And again, as we're walking, approaching the Queen's Hall, we look back over our shoulders, and it's just this wondrous glance at the ruined towers. So there's the towers that are still enduring here in the city, but then there's these ruined towers that are half submerged in the water. So it's a striking city that we're approaching. And as we're coming in here, there is a fellow named Felmir who approaches us. He comes running down a path, and we are shocked to see that he's a young hobbit who approaches us. And he runs up and jumps into the arms of Reginard. and says, "My dear cousin Reginard, you've come." And it turns out that this is, Reginard says, Falmir Fairbairns, you're here in Lôrwend. This is what's become of you? He's a young hobbit who is swept away by enthusiasm and a rushing river, and he's ended up as one of the knights of Lôrwend. He shares that he's become a knight here in the city. He's brave and he's reckless, but he's seen enough of the wide world to toughen him up a little. So he's no longer a sheltered, innocent Shire hobbit, but an aspiring adventurer. And he knows Gandalf, so he says to us, Gandalf must have sent you. And he's just this unusual sight, being a hobbit who's wearing a bright blue cloak and a knightly tabard, and he's armed with a dwarf-forged knife, and he's even got a look to him where he actually has a bit of a sailing look to him as well. It's clear that he's been on ships, which is unusual for a hobbit. They're, at least in the Shire, they are terrified of ships. So Falmir must have had more of a brandy buck to his side of him, who don't mind the water. But he's apparently a second or third or fourth cousin of Reginard, and Reginard had heard that he had gone on great adventures, but he didn't know exactly what had happened to him. So he's overjoyed to see him again. But for his part, Falmir stares curiously at one of the heroes in particular. He stares curiously at Amlaith. And as soon as there's a gap in the conversation, Falmir approaches Amlaith, and he asks him, "Begging your pardon, but can I ask your name?" And when Amlaith answers, Falmir squeaks in amazement and then grabs him by the hand and starts dragging them towards the Queen's Hall. And Falmir explains, he's saying, there's an astrologer here in Lôrwend by the name of Eglian, a stargazer who claims to be able to tell the future by staring at the stars in the western sky. And there are many tales of such mystics, and Eglian's a funny old fellow. But a few weeks ago, he came into the Queen's Hall raving about how he'd seen, you, he points to Amlaith. Now, these astrologers do spend most of their time staring into bowls of steaming mercury or peering at the heavens, and they're doubtless cracked as a Baggins, but it strikes me as a singular marvel that Eglian was able to foresee your arrival. Why, you must meet Eglian. And so as Falmir drags Amlaith and the company, he mutters that Eglian saw dark visions too. So we now are being dragged into the Queen's Hall, and we know that Amlaith was seen in a vision by this Eglian, but that there were dark visions too. All right, so into the Queen's Hall. As we approach the Queen, there's a hall at the heart of the town. It's small and it's smoky, but it's a welcome shelter from the cold sea wind. And on entering the hall, there's an audible collective gasp and a chorus of muttering of all the assembled worthies are looking and pointing at Amlaith as they approach. The astrologer Eglian is not present, but one of the village children runs out the door happily to fetch him. It's clear that Falmir is not the only one who heard Eglian's prophecy, and that everyone in the village wants to know how this story will turn out. So as we approach Queen Nimue, she's this beautiful and illustrious woman who looks with this sort of look in this station that seems beyond or seems to elevate the city itself. She's not so much elevated by her position as queen, but she seems to elevate the position of queen of this little village by who she is. And she's at once, you can tell that she's both her garment is cheerless and sort of gray, and there's sort of a concealed look to it that it seems to be hiding and holding so much. But her face is light and bright, and she seems to be a bright light despite the gray and the heavy weight of the history of this place. So as we approach her, she welcomes the heroes, and she says, "Gandalf said you would be coming. Thank you for coming." But she had no idea why. She says something like, I knew not why he was sending you to me, but I see now why. And she points at Amlaith. You, sir, you are awaited. Your coming has been foretold. And she points at him, and she of course has heard of Eglain's vision of Amlaith, and Eglain has also spoken of darker portents. And so she says to the company something like that, to the effect of, it was not only you who were foretold, but there were darker portents as well. I hope that the coming true of this one vision does not imply that his other foretellings will also come to pass. So as this happens, Amlaith is confused, and he's just sort of struck. I'm imagining that for Amlaith, what he's thinking is he's been so happy to be a part of the company and to have come together with these heroes and be doing heroes' work together as a company. So he doesn't feel any need for him to be called to something in particular, for him to be called to some greater place or greater calling, that he would be foretold, that he would be awaited. So he's troubled by this, and it sort of darkens his mood, darkens his brow. But for someone like Reginard is struck with a sort of a lightness of Amlaith, this ranger who I respect and look up to so much. He could be part of a bigger plan. This could be the beginning of Amlaith and the company striking a greater blow against the enemy and doing even more. So he has a light in his eyes, where Reginard is excited by this possibility. Frerin and Lôrwend both are more waiting to see what happens. So just then, Eglain the Seer comes in. He's a nervous, gray-haired fellow, thin and always shivering in the chilly sea wind. And he comes up. He's stammering when he speaks. He makes he stammers when he speaks, which makes his pronouncements and prognostications worryingly unclear. He came to the business of prophecy and foresight late in life, having heard tales of the ancient seers of Land Dare. As he enters, his jaw drops when he sees Amlaith. And he walks over, stumbles over to him, and probes Amlaith's face with a bony finger and examines whatever weapon they bear. "I saw you," he says. "I saw you on the shore." At the queen's prompting, he tells a tale. The hall falls silent. The assembled worthies enthralled by the story unfolding before them. So Eglain explains that after a long night staring at the stars, he went for a walk, listening to the sighing of the sea on the shore of Middle-earth. And it was there I thought I heard a voice whispering to me, whispering the name of your name, Amlaith, and a vision entered my mind. I saw you standing in the surf on the shore of a lonely island, a great sword in hand. The sword seemed odd to my sight. The blade was blackened, as if covered in mud or soot, or marred by some impurity in the metal. There was a ruined fortress behind him, an ancient structure like the towers of the stargazers. Then shadows blew in like a storm, and the vision was lost. As Eglain speaks, there's a snort and a laugh from the back of the hall, coming from a bearded sailor. And we all kind of look over him and wonder what's going on there. But Eglain continues, "Since then, I've had 3 other visions, or rather the same dream 3 times. In this darker vision, I've seen a great dark hill looming over me rising like a wave about to crash down on me. Howling spirits whirling around this hill. Things of such terror that each time I saw them, I woke screaming. Aeglian has no idea what these visions mean or why they came to him. He knows, or at least believes, I believe that a foresight was on me. But what it portends for you, I can't say. And then the bearded sailor interrupts at this point and interjects. This is the laughing sailor. He introduces himself as Igra. He explains, he kind of comes in, he's this old sailor, and he says, I've got something to say. And he explains that he recognized the island from Aeglian's vision when the seer told the tale to the assembled company. It was a small, steep-sided isle, all alone in the western sea. Old charts name it the Isle of the Mother. It's as far from Launder as any man has sailed, but I've seen it before. When I was a young boy sailing with my father, we were caught in a storm and blown far out to sea. We found our way back to the shore of Middle-earth by following along the coast of the Western Isles, and hence to the lands of Forlinden beyond the Gulf of Lune. But I remember that island, and I will sail there again with you if you desire. And while he laughs and makes light of the voyage and the quest for the isle, something seems off about him, and I'm thinking that that Reginard would be the one to make an insight test to see why is he seeming to laugh and to make almost light of this, even though it's strangely fortuitous that he would know this. So we're gonna roll. It's gonna be a favored roll. You need to get a 15. Hey, automatic success. So it gets an automatic success, and with that insight check, Reginard looks at him and he senses that there's a gloom that hangs over him. His boisterous attitude is an attempt to ward off sorrow. And so Reginard begins to ask Igra, says, you were there, like what? Like, you were there at the islands. What was that like for you? What was the island of the mother like? And he says that he says something like, I have very little memories of that place. It stood out in my mind as this adventure with my father, and of course it could have gone terribly wrong, but we made our way back, and so ever since then, it's just been something I've thought of, and I've remembered how far west my father and I had gotten. But at this point, that's all it is to me, and I would love to go again, though, if that is where you are going. And so Reginard stores this away, begins to take into store this relationship that he begins to build with Igra as he asks different questions of him. But he knows there's something more here that I need to discover what else could be going on for him. He can't think what could possibly be going on for him at this point. But Queen Nimue steps in again and says, I guess it is no coincidence that Igra happened to be here in the hall when Aeglian's tale was retold. Sometimes the powers of the world do their work so subtly and secretly that it takes one of the wise to discern random mischance from intentional design. I would ask you to take Aeglian's visions seriously. And she takes Amlaith by the shoulder and sort of has her hand on his arm, and to visit the isle and see what you might find there. And she looks up into his face, and Amlaith is moved by her beauty and by her concern and by her admonition to him to take this seriously, to visit the isle if they could. And he says to her, like, my lady, if the company agree, we will go to the Isle of the Mother, and we will discover what fate is drawing us there? What fate is bringing this vision and placing it in Eglene's mind? And the rest of the company nods assentingly to him. So she grabs him by both shoulders and she says, this is wonderful. I shall hire Igra and his fishing ship to take you there, and will outfit you with such arms and provision that my realm can provide. And so that is the end of part 1. We are set to go to the Isle of the Mother on a new journey. So here we are, heading to the voyage into the sunset. So we go down to, at this point, we'll have a chance for us to rest a day or so as the ship is prepared. I'm going to say the hope is not recovered, so Reginard still is down 1 hope. Lôrwend is good. Frerin's good. Amlaith, we're going to say that his wound is healed in this 1 day of preparation, because it was luckily such a light wound, and his healing kept him strong. We're also going to say that he heals overnight back up to full endurance, which is what normally happens if you have a full night's rest. And so he is ready to go as well on that note, and they're going to prepare to sail. So, all right. So Igra's fishing ship is named the Sea Wing, and she is as fine a ship as one might find in Land Dare. Igra has visited the Grey Havens at times and learned a little from watching Curdin the shipwright at work. Swift of sail and fleet upon the wave is the Sea Wing, and she is well provisioned for a long voyage. And Igra shares, the sailors of vanished Numenor could navigate by the stars far from the scent of land, but I am not so skilled. I propose that we sail north along the coast, recreating my return journey from the Lost Isle in reverse, to go back again, having been there, so to speak. Therefore, we'll have a long voyage ahead of us. I can handle the sailing of the ship by myself, although there's plenty of work to do on deck for ready hands. And it turns out then that Falmir Fairbairns says, I would love to join you. I do not think I would go ashore in this adventure, but I would love to be a hand on another hand who's familiar with the working of a ship. And with our size company, we could all fit in this boat. And I would love to present my services to the company. He kind of bows with a flourish, and the company willingly accepts Falmir's help to join the company. He's almost like a privateer, a pirate, a good pirate among hobbits. He's actually spent most of his knighthood with the Land Dare on ships, protecting them and sailing on them. So he's more a sailor than a fighter. And so we're gonna have this journey, a long journey up the coast, all the way up to the western Isles. Let's see. The first part of the journey is gonna be largely uneventful. The weather's gonna be fair and the wind's steady, but we're gonna pass a number of different places, and we'll see some things. So here we go. As we are setting off from the port, I'm imagining that Falmir, his greatest gift is that he is actually a great singer, and he's singing some sea shanties as they roll out of port. So as they're rolling out, I'm imagining that he's singing songs like, I thought I heard the old man say, leave her, Johnny, leave her. Tomorrow you will get your pay, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. Oh, the wind was foul and the sea ran high. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. She shipped it green and none went by, and it's time for us to leave her. Leave her, Johnny, leave her. Oh, leave her, Johnny, leave her. For the voyage is long and the winds don't blow, and it's time for us to leave her. So he's singing songs like that, and whatever other sea shanties you can imagine that fit with the world. What will you do with a drunken sailor? That kind of song. And he's just bringing us a merry time as we are shipping out from Lôrwend. And so as we go out, there's a few steps along the journey. So from Lôrwend to Harlinden, so all the way up to this way, we're going to have a couple of journey events. So I think we're just going to have one journey event to begin with. So let me make sure I have my notes here. So as we are sailing out, oh, by the way, as we're sailing out, I was thinking about, what are the different members of the party doing as we set out on these first days. And I'm imagining that Amlaith, at this point, he's thinking of the beauty of the queen, and he's thinking of the mystery of this new call that has brought him out. He's starting to take on a greater confidence and a greater enjoyment of what he's being called into here. And so he's like standing at the front of the ship and just letting the sun and the spray of the water hit his face as he stands there proud and tall. And Frerin is kind of off to the side of the boat, and he has a little net, and he is catching plankton and little sea creatures, and he's taking seaweed, and he's kind of weaving seaweed into his beard and just having a wonderful time with these new things out in the ocean. Reginard is furiously taking notes on everything that he's seeing, everything that is that is taking place. He loves taking notes. He has a booklet of notes with him and is taking great notes of the journey. And then Lôrwend is every night she is just loving the nighttime star watch, and she's always been a fan of the darkness and the night and seeing the stars. And so she is loving that part of it. She does not have the same sea call as so many other elves, and so she's not been drawn to the water in the way that so many other elves have. And in fact, she has sort of this feeling of like, she's always felt sort of almost like a hipster about it, where she's felt like, why are you all raving about this ocean? Like always the sea, the west, going into the west, all this. And she just doesn't understand that. And so now actually being on a ship, she still doesn't understand the feeling of being called into the west, like over the ocean. But she begins to see the beauty of the sea itself. And she loves the nighttime star watch, and she just spends all night up and awake watching the stars. This is the beginning of their journey, and we'll roll for a journey event. So this says we're going from Lôrwend to Harlinden, and since this is sort of friendly space, we'll have a favored feat die roll here. And before I roll that, one of the first things that comes across as we're passing, these trees here is we pass the haunted cape of Aaron Vorn, where branches that fell from the cliffs above float in the water, bumping alarmingly against the hull. And Igra warns us that the woods there are perilous. Soon it'll be left far behind us, but I don't believe you'll be forgetting it for a very long time. And sure enough, the sight of that haunted forest stays in the minds of the company as we move forward. So, all right, the first voyage event. So it's a favored roll. So what we do is we roll 2 dice here, and then we'll resolve them like journey events. So I believe that means that we would also roll to see who it targets. But for sure, let's at least roll for a favored roll. All right, 7 and 7. So it's going to be 7. Becalmed. So at this point, the ship is becalmed. There's no wind, so the company must keep each other's spirits up in the face of an unchanging horizon. Spoiled or scanty provisions make for hungry bellies, and bad dreams fray nerves. So here, as with this first event, there's dreams. So we're becalmed, and I'm just gonna say that there's dreams to begin with. As we're traveling along here, each of the members of the party, except for Lôrwend, since she's an elf, all the others start to experience oddly similar dreams. And in these dreams, each of them meets with someone from their past, and who's a close family member, like a parent, an old friend, a mentor, who asks them something. So for Amlaith, it's his father who he sees again, his beloved father who he was really close to. For Frerin, it's his mother who passed away many years ago in battle, actually, and who suffered an ignominious end where her body ended up having to be burnt rather than buried under stone, which is how dwarves feel they need to be placed to rest. So he has this kind of haunting vision of his mother wreathed in flame. For Amlaith, his father looks concerned and his brow is heavy in a way it never was. And for Reginard, he sees figures he doesn't even quite recognize. Hobbits who seem like all the hobbits the great hobbits in his tales that he's read and the stories that he idolizes. He sees like shadowy figures of them, almost like a composite figure of them speaks to him. It's just a dark, shadowy figure. And each of them asks them basically the same type of question of Frerin, why have you wandered so far from home? And where do you think you're going? Not why they're on the Sea Wing going to some lost island, but why have they forsaken the comfort and safety of home in favor of the perilous road that has taken them so far away? Did something drive you away? Were words left unsaid or cruel words unspoken? Are you following some foolish quest? Why have you gone adventuring? Why? And as each dream fades, the figure changes, taking on the appearance of an old woman, haggard and careworn, sitting hunched in the shadow of a great stone. And she reaches out withered hands and asks, "Tell me, what will become of you? Where does thy road end except in death and sorrow?" Those who experience a dream gain a point of shadow. So all three of those characters will experience a point of shadow, dread. So they have to roll to not take on a point of shadow. And so let's see. So for Amlaith, he has got a valor of 2, which I believe is what you roll there. So he actually rolls fate die and 2 dice, and he has to get his heart. So he's actually, if anything, he's the strongest here to not take a point of shadow. No, he just barely misses it because he got an eye, the dreaded eye of Sauron. So even Amlaith, strong of heart, even he is disturbed by especially the old woman. He liked seeing his father in the vision, but he's disturbed by this old woman who just chills him to the bone. So he takes a point of shadow. Frerin, he needs to get a 16 with these 2 dice. That's very difficult. He fails. He takes a point of shadow. He just cries for his mother, who he misses. And Reginard is gonna roll and has to get a 15. Very, very difficult still as well. He's gonna though. Probably would have been nice if for the other ones to do this too, but he's gonna spend a point of fellowship to have a favored roll, and he's gonna, because that's what Gandalf as patron allows us. We've been moved by his patronage to fight against the shadow. But he's not gonna spend a point of hope. He's just gonna use that fellowship point to roll a favored roll. So here we go. He's really hoping to get a Gandalf rune there. Oh, here we go. He got it. That's awesome. He actually could have succeeded with that 10 and 6 as well, but he gets a Gandalf rune. So he steals himself. He has 2 shadow points already, and he has seen some dark things in their past adventure. And so he steals his heart and he sort of takes this dark vision of the woman and the dark shadowy figures of old, and he just says something back to it like, we are called to a great purpose. I am called to fight against the shadow. That is why I ride. That is why I am here, so far from home, so far from my cozy attic and my cozy library and my books and my tea. And he just strongly protests against the vision that he is here for a purpose. He's here to fight the shadow. So not to give into it, not to let it happen, not to let it overtake all of Middle Earth until it reaches even my home. So that's his kind of response to the vision. So that's the dreams that they have, and there's these dreams are really they're with the becalmed ship, and these dreams we would be tempted to fall into even more despair, dread, and get another shadow point because of the journey event. But is there some way that we can rise against that? I'm thinking that Frerin is scanning the water the next day after some of these dreams. He's leaning against the side of the boat, and he's feeling darkened by these dreams. But then he kind of stands up a little bit, and he sees some just interesting little movement under the water, and he says, "Here, help me! Someone quickly!" And Lôrwend is nearest to hand, and Lôrwend lends him a help. She sees his excitement, and she gets excited for him and smiles and comes to his help. And so she's going to spend a hope to assist him. He is her fellowship focus. So when she spends a hope, because she has scan, she can do that. He's going to get 2 extra dice for this roll. So he's rolling a feat die and 5 success dice. And what he's trying to do is he's trying to take up the whatever is in the water, and it will help them to not fall into dread, or he will miss out on it and they'll fall into a deeper gloom. Oh boy, let's see. 10, this is close. 10, 17, 18, 19, I believe. So he got it. He needed a 16. He gets it with no extra special successes, but he gets it. So just as they're so close, they're about to lose it in the water. But with Lôrwend's help, they scoop up out of the water these incredible seahorses, and they look just like the most majestic horses in all of Middle Earth. Like, imagine our seahorses that you might imagine in our world. Well, these are almost like if you took a normal horse and compare that to the great horses like Shadowfax, and then compare these seahorses and compare them to these seahorses, they are just these wonderful, beautiful, inspiring, playful, hilarious, colorful seahorses that are bouncing around and dancing in the net that they've captured, and he throws them into a glass jar, and they're just dancing around in there and just bringing so much delight to the company. And so the company's just laughing and pointing, and they do not suffer from dread. We still would take 1 fatigue, but then at that point the wind picks up and we sail off again. So one fatigue to the company, but we succeeded at that roll. So then, let's see. So moving on to the next roll here. This is from Forlinden to the Northern Seas. We're going to have a couple of events. So from Forlinden north. First event. Let's roll for this. This is not favored, but it's not unfavored. So we're just going to roll a single die. It's 8. So it's fair weather. Here we go. So fair weather, and as we're traveling, it's fair weather, but to take greatest advantage of it, Igra asks for help. He says, may the most able-bodied of you get up here and help me hold the line here as so we can get the greatest pull of the wind behind us. And that is not the best nautical terms. But basically he's going to come up and help. Like, in fact, actually, he's like he's basically holding a rope. This is going to be, I think, I was thinking, where was this? I was thinking Amlaith could help out with this one. So Amlaith is going to make a travel roll. And he's going to be rolling 2 dice and a feat dice. And he's trying to help catch the wind, but he's holding like a rope to hold the why am I blanking? The sails open. Wow, that is a tough one for me. Wow. There we go. So he's holding it open, and I'm gonna give him 1 success dice because Falmir pitches in to help him as well, and he's a strong little hobbit. And here they go, trying to hold this open. Hey, that is 16, and he needed to get a 13, and it's a great success. And so the roll succeeds, no fatigue is gained. So we gain no fatigue from this point of the journey. And so Igra just shouts and laughs as the ship just flits along at a great speed with the wind behind it and the sail catching it full. And so now at this point, a little bit of another piece here is that the Sea Wing is now crossing into the Gulf of Lûn. And if there are any, Igra says to Lôrwend, he does not know her, he doesn't get her, and he just says, I've got elf friends in the Grey Havens. I've been there before. If you wish to land at the Havens and take rest and resupply there, I'd urge you to not to go there if you think. We cannot linger there, but you could go there if you'd like. And Lôrwend just shakes her head darkly and nods to him in thanksgiving for what he says, but just shakes her head and does not look pleased. She, as we know, she has none of that same call of the elves to the Grey Havens. She does not see it as this great shrine, to her at least, of bringing elves out into the West. So because they don't land there, the only contact we have is that we do see a brief glimpse of gray sails on the western horizon. And it seems to us that the sails do not vanish, but continue on into the sky like soaring gulls as the elves take the old straight road into the west. So we're all amazed at this sight. And Lôrwend, except for Lôrwend, who's just looking out and sort of has her arms crossed. Again, she's not angry at this, but she just does not get it. She doesn't feel it. She almost feels like they're abandoning Middle-earth, when she feels that there's something here, something calling her, something that's tethering her to this Middle-earth. And so she just looks darkly and looks away as this beautiful sight is beheld. But Reginard says to the company, he says, there's actually a song that I heard once that Bilbo Baggins of the Shire, he wrote a song about the elves going west. And he wrote it from their perspective. He thought about how they might feel about going west. So he sang it, and he wrote it in rather the style of the Shire, but trying to sing it from the viewpoint of the elves. It was a beautiful song that I don't remember if I remember all the words, but then he begins to sing, and the words come back to him as he sings. I am a poor wayfaring stranger. I'm traveling through this world of woe. Yet there's no sickness, toil, nor danger in that bright land to which I go. I'm going there to see my Father. I'm going there no more to roam. I'm only going o'er the water. I'm only going over home. I know dark clouds will gather round me. I know my way is rough and steep, but golden fields lie just before me, where elven kind undying keep. I'm going home to see my mother and all my loved ones who've gone on. I'm only going o'er the water. I'm only going over home. I'm going there to see my Father. I'm going there no more to roam. I'm only going o'er the water. I'm only going over home. And as he sings this song, you can see, the company can see Lôrwend seems moved. And maybe for the first time, as she sees the love of the sea through the eyes of this outsider, this halfling who's written this song, she begins to understand something of what calls them to the West. And she feels maybe the first stirring that maybe one day she too might feel that same call. And so, yes, this moment as they're sailing past the Gulf of Loon. All right, and then to continue, there's one more roll here as they're going from Forlinden to the Northern Seas. Another journey event. Again, this is not favored or ill-favored. Roll another 8, so another fair weather. And so in this case, let's see who this roll might go to. So it's fair weather, and that was a travel roll, right? Yeah. So maybe Lôrwend this time is the one who has to step up and help out. So everyone is manning a different place on the boat as it's sailing along. But just as the wind is picking up again, Falmir unfortunately was holding on to something, did not notice where he was stepping, and as one of the sails fills with wind, a rope is pulled tight, and he is caught up in it and swings out over the water and is about to be let loose by this as the rope swings him out across the water. He's about to fall into the water. So he says, "Help, help, help." And Lôrwend is the only one who's close enough to do anything about it. So she has to make an athletics check to help him. And she would be rolling 2 dice and a feat die to roll against a target number of 14. But I think what she's going to do is she's going to do what's called, she's going to use Elven Skill. So I believe Elven Skill is just that she can use here we go. Elven Skill. If you are not miserable, you can spend 1 point of hope to achieve a magical success on a roll when using a skill in which you possess at least 1 rank. So no one is even, in fact, Lôrwend is not even close enough to grab him. Like he's swung out, help, 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 and the rope is almost unraveling. As it caught him up, but now it's unraveling as he's about to fall in. But then she'll roll, but she is going to spend a hope to get a magical success. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. So she rolled a 13 there it's a incredible success. So with 2 6s. So this is not just a great success. This was an extraordinary success. And it wouldn't have been a success if she had not spent a hope, because it was 13 to her 14. It wouldn't have been a success at all. But she spent a hope to make this a magical success. That is so satisfying. And it's an extraordinary success. And so she just almost like dances out for a moment and almost seemed to appear to step out, like almost stepping out into midair to grab the hand of Falmir and pull him up just as he was about to fall into the water, and draws them both back into the boat safely. And that great success, that extraordinary success, I don't know what that should do for us here, if it can do anything. But I'm imagining this is what happened, is that Falmir and Igra both, not only was Falmir saved, but Igra was so impressed by this. You can tell in his eyes that they're both are completely sold on this company. They are trusting them in a new way. And Igra in particular had something that he it almost feels like something overcomes in his heart when he sees this miraculous thing happen. And he feels like he needs to tell the company something here soon. And he feels like he can trust them to do this. So that's going to be the result of this extraordinary success. Because he pulls back Falmir, and Falmir's like, just lands on the deck and just doesn't even believe what happened there for a second, and says, thank you. And Lôrwend just nods to him and steps away with a bit of a smile on her face, but she steps away. And the rest of the company is just amazed at what she has accomplished. And yes, that was her. So we took no fatigue again on this fair weather journey along from Forlinden to the northern seas. All right, another piece here is that as we are, let's see, let me just double check where we are in our kind of stretch of things. Yes, so in the northern seas, so the coast of Forlinden that we're approaching here, the coast of Forlinden is a landscape of steep, foreboding cliffs and crashing waves. And when the wind blows from the west, it threatens to drive the sea wing into the many hidden rocks and shoals. And Captain Igra must fight the tiller and call every hand on board to the lines and sails. But the west wind is still bitter than the north wind, which carries it, is still better than the north wind, which carries with it the bite of ice. So as he's calling everyone to help him, they're all in just perfectly working order now at this point, and they're all inspired by what everyone has been doing so far on this journey. And so Igra feels more and more trustworthy of the company as they continue to help him sail. And at this point, as they're entering these seas, the odd dreams they've been having, they fade. But wild waves prevent most of the player of the company from sleeping comfortably. So now at this point, in the night as they're sailing, Igra's up at this point, and he's looking out and he's scanning the coastline intently, as if he's searching for signs of a shipwreck. He's looking for some trace of something. And Lôrwend, who's up, she's awake, in the night to watch the stars. She sees him, and she draws close to him, and she speaks to him, and she says something like, "Good captain, what do your eyes search?" And he shares at this point. He kind of breaks down a little bit. He says, "I've not told you all the truth of why I'm on this journey with you. It's true that when I was a boy, my father and I were blown out to sea by a storm. We visited the Isle of the Mother on the long journey home, and that no one else from Lôrwend has ever made such a long voyage. But for all my life, I've boasted of my masterful seamanship. I proclaimed myself the greatest of mariners. But now I've had a daughter named Elwing, and I've taught her to sail as she grew. And she listened to my boasts and aspired to be an even greater sailor than her father. Now 2 years ago, Elwing set off on a voyage of her own, and she never returned. I insist that she will sail back to Lôrwend one day, but I blame myself for filling her head with wild tales of the sea. And I know that my own claim to fame is founded on an accident. I would never have dared sail as far as I did, if not for that fateful storm." So we know now Lôrwend has learned that he's searching for his daughter, and that he hopes to see her, and that's part of his. It's not an ulterior motivation. But part of his motivation is that he wants to see his daughter again, and this may be the only chance that he has to travel up this way and potentially see her. All right, so then as we're going north into finally reaching the northern seas, so just two more events here to happen, journey events. So first one here, this will now be an ill-favored feat die roll. So we roll 2 dice, take the worst result, which is going to be a 1. Attacked. Okay, so attacked. So this could be by a sea monster, by foes on the shore, by pirates on the southern coast. Who is this attack from? So I'm imagining that we are traveling north, and we've reached into the northern seas, and there's a bitter northern wind blowing. And as we are bobbing along in the water, we're sensing that suddenly Igra leans over to Frerin, who's been talking up about all the different things he's caught and all the different sea creatures he's been enjoying finding. And he leans over and he goes, "Shh, shh, shh, shh." And the company falls silent. And then Lôrwend says, "We are not alone." And then suddenly, the ship is rocked as we are hit by something, like moved by something, which I think is going to be the great Fastidiocalan. So this is a creature. "The Fastidiocalan!" calls out Igra. And Lôrwend says, "The Limlug," which is what this is called. So it's the great Fastidiocalan, called Limlug by the elves, is a tremendous beast, not serpent, not whale, nor turtle, but partaking of elements of all three. And the creatures grow a carapace or shell as armor, but as they age, so much dirt and debris catches on the upper plates of this armor that elder beasts have been mistaken for islands. And so I'm imagining this is a younger one, but as it just hits the ship, it's almost, you hear like this, like, as the scales and the carapace of the Festiticalan drag across the bottom of the boat. And you see like holes like pop into the bottom of the ship. And so, okay, so how to run this attack? I don't know if we need to run a full combat encounter, but what would they do? Like, what would happen? What would they do if they were attacked by this young Festiticalan? It hits him, rocks across the ship. A couple leaks spring, but it dives back into the water. We're all just thrown about. Frerin jumps down and starts to plug a hole. Reginard drops down, starts to plug a hole. Amlaith and Lôrwend look out and draw their weapons, which would seem useless against this creature, though. And so, but they draw them all the same, just almost as if for comfort. And they look, and Lôrwend sees down into the water. She says, "It's coming again! Hold to the left!" And so Igra pulls left, and the creature just barely gets a glancing blow on the ship, and then dives back down. And so at this point, Lôrwend can tell it's not like it's actually attacking us. And Frerin actually looks around. Frerin says, "I don't think it's actually attacking us. It's just trying to play." And so then Frerin leaps up, and I'm imagining that Frerin just with boldness jumps off the ship into the water. And everyone's like, what? Like, absolutely shocked that he does this. But he just dives in, boom, the cold water just hits him, and he is absolutely just, shocked by this cold water. But he dives in, and he's starting to sink below the waves as he dives in, and the creature wheels about and comes back towards him, comes close to him, and then the company is just like waiting to see what happens, and then it just breaches the water, and Frerin is on top of this creature. And what I'm gonna say is that this is gonna be he's gonna make a travel test to see. I know that's kind of I'm not sure if that's like the most appropriate skill, but he's gonna do a travel test in this moment to see if he can sort of ride the Festiticalan. So what he's going to roll is, he does have a favored roll here, and he rolls 3 dice. He is using all of his strength to do this. He is fierce, and so he's going to he's going to call upon, what's that word for that? But call upon that distinctive feature, invoke it, and he's going to spend a hope to gain 2 more dice. However, because of how difficult of a feat this is, he's gained 2 more dice. Because of how difficult of a feat this is, he's going to lose 2 dice. It's that disadvantaged. It's that difficult of a task. So now he's going to be rolling 3 dice, and the 2, he takes the best of these, and he has to get a 16 as he grabs a hold of the head of the Festiticalan, or almost like imagine Paul Atreides riding the worm. He is basically gripped on to the gills almost of this creature and tries to ride it. And he takes the 7, gets 10, exactly 16. Exactly 16, which is what he needed with his 16 heart. And so up into the air. Everyone's shocked to see him on this creature. It dives back into the water, and they don't see it for another like minute. It's like the longest minute of their lives as they're just looking into the water, wondering what's become of their friend Frerin. And then suddenly up from further away, clearing the water, breaching the water, this huge creature, and it breaches like its whole length. You can see, even though it's a younger creature, it's a massive creature just coming up out of the water, and with Frerin riding him, just woo, and with this just absolutely his hair's flying behind him with the seaweed straggling around, and he is fully alive in this moment as he rides this creature. And so then it starts to go, actually, like starts to go and go away from the ship, and Igra calls out, I think he's leading us. And so he turns the ship, and we actually are following this creature as it's going through the water for some time, and then finally, after we've like, you know, done this for quite some time, the creature kind of spins about, pulls up next to breaches again, dangerously close to the ship, and as it breaches out, Frerin leaps off of the creature and lands sprawling on the deck. Boom. Almost more damage just by falling on the hard wood of the deck than he was by the entire ordeal with the Festiticalan. And it dives back into the water and departs away from us. And everyone's just clapping him on the back and kind of knocking some water out of him, and just cannot believe his courage and his fierceness and his amazing achievement and feat of riding the Festiticalan here for a moment. It really is a baby Festiticalan here for a moment. So this is what occurred, and so that was that event. And we will then take 2 fatigue each from that event. All right, up to 3. And then we have now Himling and the Western Isles. So we're almost there. So in time, the island of Himling rises above the horizon. A great humpbacked mound, wide-shouldered and with a flattened top. Snow lies heavily on the treeless isle, and there is little worth hunting there. On the shoreline, the most keen-eyed among us, Lôrwend, spot a few huts of sealskin stretched over timber frames. This was an encampment of the Lasath, the snowmen of Forochel, to the north. But there is no one here now, and the camp has not been used in years. Igra presses on. The next in the chain is a dark isle, thickly wooded in parts, with steep hills and shadowed vales. It has an evil look to it, and from afar the heroes see winged shapes circling the hills like tremendous bats. When the sea wing reaches the western cape, Igra is relieved. They are nearly at the Isle of the Mother, and he knows the course from here. We have one more journey event to make. It is a ill-favored roll again. So let's see what happens. 6 and a 1. It's a 1 again. Attacked. And what's so I'm imagining is that this is perfect. As we're passing this this dark isle, we are attacked suddenly by these vampire bats. So how many to attack us? I'm imagining that maybe 4 of them attack us, and we'll see what happens. So as we're passing the aisle, we see almost like a horde of them come. Horde, I guess, a huge cloud of them. We're like, pull a little Gimli here, and Reginard's like, well, what's that? And Frerin is just like, it's just a wisp of cloud. And Amlaith says, it's moving fast against the wind. And Lôrwend says, vampire bats. And they swoop down. So 4 of them. That was so cringe. But they swoop down and attack us, and there are now 4 of them coming towards us. So I'm going to resolve sort of like a part of a battle here. Let's see. So these what they do is they have a fear of fire. We don't have any fire, unfortunately. They have ghastly wings. So they can attack any player hero in any combat stance, including rearward. They have snake-like speed, which we know how that works. They can spend a hate to make their attack roll, ill-favored. They have fangs, and they have this ability bitten, which if they can use that special ability when they, if they roll a 6, they can use their success for a special attack. Bitten works like seize, but the victim also loses 2 endurance at the end of each combat round in which they are seized. I forget what seized does, but we'll see if they get a bite at us. So it's just 4 bats swooping down. Lôrwend takes a shot at them. I'm just going to roll it here. She has to get a 14. She misses, so she shoots, and first shot misses as these bats swoop in, and then we're into combat. So then I'm thinking that Amlaith is in a forward stance, and so he'll be having an extra die. Frerin is in a forward stance. I think they're all just gonna be in forward stance except for Lôrwend, who is in rearward stance shooting. So Amlaith is going to attack with 4 dice. He has to get a 14. So that'll do it. That'll do it with a special success. And so he's going to deal 4 plus 6 damage with the heavy blow. So as one of the bats swoops in at him, just screaming hatred, he just whips his sword across and cuts it in half. So takes out one of them. Frerin yells. I'm imagining that he has he's going to be at disadvantage because he's because of being short. He's going to struggle to kind of get the attack that he needs. He jumps up, tries to make up for his smallness. 14. This is a great rolling. He jumps up, catches one of the bats, pulls it down, and then he just stomps it with like the butt of his axe and kills it as well. These are going down. And then another one swoops in, and Reginard, who's also too short to do as well against this, he tries to hit. Oh my gosh. 8, 14, 19. He totally gets it with a special success. Now for Reginard, though, well, he's got 4 strength. He almost has enough. I'm gonna call that enough, just because it's close enough for me. In this case, he has 3 damage normally with a short sword. He has 4 strength, but I'm gonna say that he was down a dice because he was short. But I'm gonna say he took both of his hands and he kind of used it as a 2-handed weapon. And he jumped up and he slashed at one of the bats, and so he's gonna get the +1 damage from it being a 2-handed weapon. He deals enough damage to kill a bat as well. Jumps up and cuts it down as well. And then Lôrwend just aims her arrow and shoots again, trying to drive off this last one. And she's gonna no, she won't spend a help. She's just going to aim and she's gonna aim and fire. She'll aim and fire. And 8, 10, 15. That is enough to hit, and she deals 3 damage, but no more. So she catches one with her arrow, doesn't quite kill it, and so this bat with anger actually swoops in towards her and attacks her. So it's gonna attack with its fangs. It rolls the following, and it's gonna try and get an 18. It's gonna spend 1 hate to get to get this attack. Okay, and it's, whoa, look at that. Whoa, 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 that's not good. That is 12, 17, 19, 21 with 2 special successes. Dang. So it can do heavy blows or it can do bitten. So I think we need to look up what bitten does. So it says it works like seize, but the victim also loses 2 endurance. So I know in the adversary section of the book, at the very start of that section, it talks about seize. So seize, the attacker holds on to the target. The victim can only fight in a forward stance, making brawling attacks. Seized heroes may free themselves, spending a success icon from a successful attack roll. Whoa. Okay. So this vampire bat swoops down and seizes, bites into him and seizes Lôrwend. So Lôrwend is going to lose so 2 endurance at the end of each combat round in which they are seized. So I guess that would be here right now. So it's going to be damage of 2, heavy blow of 2, bitten. So it's going to be 6 damage total to Lôrwend, who's going to be down to 20. And she's lifted up into the air by this vampire bat. And so it tries to like take her off. It's about to try and pull her off the ship so it can go drop her in the water. But she is going to first pull out a knife and or she's a short sword. She whips out a short sword and attacks. So it says was seized. It said we have to fight. Well, actually, we can't pull out anything. We have to fight. It's just a brawl. So with brawling, you use your best skill minus 1 die. So she's gonna have 2 dice, but she's in forward stance, so she gets 1 more, and she's gonna try and attack. And if you're just brawling, how much damage do you do from a brawling attack? I think you just do. It's just 1 damage. Cannot cause a piercing blow, but I'm sure you can do a heavy blow. You can spend a 6 to get loose, or 10 water to free yourself from it. So she's gonna first try and just like punch the bat that's holding her. Oh, hits an eye, so she just totally misses. She struggles like but that she cannot get free of this ghastly thing, and is starting to pull. Is about to pull away. I'm imagining that Frerin is going to take 1 swing at it before it lifts away. He's in forward stance, so he'll roll all these dice. He's like, Lôrwend! And he swings. Oh my gosh. That's 8, 10, 11. He misses. Misses. It's basically lifts up into the air now. Amlaith sheaths his sword, picks up Lôrwend's bow, and strings it to fire. So Amlaith is going to have a feat die. He's got 1 for bow, and he is going to spend a hope to get another success dice. And I think that's all he can do in the present moment. So he can spend a hope there to try and shoot at this before it's out over the open water. And who knows what will happen. So let's see. Shoots up at this vampire bat. Gets a 12. Oh my gosh. It's not good. There was a 1. Oh my gosh. That is so frustrating. So he misses with this shot. And Reginard also has bowmanship. Reginard picks up Amlaith's little hunting bow and tries to shoot at it as well. So he's got 2 dice, a feat die, and just 1 die. And he has to hit 16. This is terrible. Should he? He's gonna spend a hope as well. Here we go. He shoots trying to save Lôrwend and misses as well. Oh my gosh. There was a hope that he spent. And so now at the end of this, well, yeah, so the bat is now going to, as it's carrying him away, is going to attack him again. And he has one more die now because she's in forward stance. So he's going to attack like so, trying to kill Lôrwend. This is horrible. Hey, that is a good thing. This is a Gandalf rune is a 0 for him, so he gets 11. So it does not hit him. So even as he's like carrying Lôrwend away, he's trying to bite down at Lôrwend, and Lôrwend's like keeping his jaws away from her. Now he's starting to take her up over the water, and Lôrwend fights back again. So barehanded. Here she is, right? Was that just no? It should be, yes. Here we go. 3 dice and a feed die. Barehanded. She tries to like pull its claws away from her. Okay, let's see. This is gonna be, that's a 17. Oops, sorry, that's more than 17. That is a 20. So she gets it. So she like punches it up, and it takes 3 more. And how much damage? You're just 1 damage. 1 damage, and she didn't get any special successes. So it was 1 more damage, and I think this one had been shot, right? Just by a normal bow of, I think, just 3 damage before. So that's 4 damage. So it still has 4 left. So now we're gonna say Amlaith knocks his bow again and shoots again, and he's gonna spend another hope to try and get a shot off at this thing before it flies away with Lôrwend. Let's go. Oh my gosh. No! The Eye of Sauron just shoots, misses again. My goodness. What else could be done here? I'm trying to think. Because no one else has a good shot hardly at all. Reginard's going to give another shot. Misses. And I'm imagining that that at this point Igra is like trying to wheel the ship around and is like, I'll pull it around, and tries to follow the bat. But the bat now is going, and the bat takes another chomp at Lôrwend. Here we go. It's gonna roll 10. That's a 19 with another 6. So that means I think Lôrwend's gonna take another 4 damage plus the end of the round was 6 damage. I think she should have taken 2 more. I think she's down to 12. I think she is seriously getting beaten up by this vampire bat. And so the next round, she's going to try and, as the ship pulls around, it's trying to pull closer to them, but it's not quite there. Lôrwend is going to try and free herself from its grasp. She does not roll any 6s. She doesn't get anything there. And Amlaith takes another pot shot, misses. Reginard takes another shot, misses. 12, yep, that's a miss. And the bat takes 1 more attack at Lôrwend and gets a 7, 12, 15. That does not hit her. So she fights off, and the ship comes around, and Igra has skillfully maneuvered it such that it has actually made faster, it's moved faster than the bat itself is moving, carrying this heavy, fighting, struggling Lôrwend. So it pulls around, and Frerin, again with the boldness, takes a running leap and jumps through the air and pulls his axe down upon the bat. Rolls and attacks. Gets 11, 14, 16. That's 19. Absolutely hits it with 8 damage. Crushes its face in. and both he and Lôrwend drop into the water below, and into the icy cold water. And I'm gonna say that they both take amount of damage, which however they'll both take the same amount of damage from this. Okay, here we go. Gandalf. Oh my gosh! So miraculously, as they're falling, Falamir has thrown out a net pulled out a net to the side of the ship, so that as they're falling, they both fall into this net and are like almost miraculously saved from a terrible fall into the icy cold water below. I'm rolling a Gandalf rune. That was a great Gandalf rune. Oh my gosh, what a horrible time with these vampire bats. Oh, that gave me the creeps. But we pull Lôrwend back in, and we're able to help her to come back to her senses, and she's just shaken though by this. Like she's shaken by this time, being carried by this horrible bat, and she's basically actually like sitting there like sort of in a weird like almost like she's having an attack, like an anxiety attack. She's just really struggling with having gone through this experience, and so they're all around her, the whole company around her, calming her, and sort of just give like, they all come together in like one big like hug, and like holding each other and holding Lôrwend as she's going through this anxiety attack. And she slowly starts to calm, like boom, 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 boom. Her heartbeat slows, and she kind of grips onto her friends, and she's come through that dark moment, but it's still sort of like a that was messed up sort of transition to the next piece. So speaking of which, that was 2 more fatigue. So there was a lot of fatigue. At which point now, this is nearly the end of the journey. We're gonna say it's 5 fatigue, and moving on to the next piece here. So no more journey events, but here we are. There is the unnatural storm. So however, as the Sea Wing approaches the Isle of the Mother, a sudden squall blows out of the northeast, a chill wind out of Angmar. There are fell voices on the wind, and we glimpse shadowy shapes riding the air, and spirits disembodied and terrible. The Witch King has called these spirits out of the void long ago and sent them to harry and torment his enemies long ago. But now they've been stirred up again and are bound to stop the company from approaching and responding to whatever call has drawn them here. This is just a horrible storm to look at as we're approaching the isle, the haunted isle. Now these spirits reserve their full strength and malice for ships trying to leave the isle, as we will soon discover, but they still torment approaching vessels, lashing them with icy winds and clawing at the crew with spectral hands, driving them into panic and despair. Igra freezes in terror when the spirits attack, and each of the player heroes has to make a valor test to resist the evil of the spirits. And if any of us pass the test, we can grab the tiller and steer the Sea Wing through the storm. So let's see if anyone passes the valor test. So let's start with Frerin. So Frerin is gonna roll, has to hit a 16. Does not get it. So he's shook by these spirits as well. It's like, oh. And Reginard has to hit a 15. Also cowers as these spirits. They're just absolutely terrifying spirits who are just shrieking and coming closer and closer. Amlaith has to hit a 13 only. Oh my gosh, because I have Sauron. So even Amlaith, bold Amlaith, is struck by a deep fear as these spirits claw, and he's trying to make his way to the tiller, but the spirits are overcoming his spirit and pulling him back and holding him away from the tiller. So it's left purely to Lôrwend, who has to make a valor test right now. And with this valor test, she's going to spend one of the fellowship points, which we have 5 remaining. And that's going to make this a favored roll. And she is going to spend 1 more hope to get another dice as well. So here she goes. She's going to have 2 dice, and then she has a favored roll. Here we go. She needs to get an 18. Lôrwend is not strong of heart, and she's trying her darndest. She's like, has these spirits are pulling at her, dragging at her as she is approaching the tiller. But she gets a 20. This 9 pulls away. She's a 20, and she overcomes them. She's dragging herself hand over hand to the tiller, and she's remembering. She's thinking of all these dark thoughts that are being whispered and filling her head as these spirits just like whispering all these dark ideas into her mind and pulling her back and making her lose her strength. But then she remembers how close the company was as they held each other after the fight with the vampire bats. She remembers the fierceness of Frerin having leapt into the water and ridden the Festiticalan. She remembers having saved Falmir, and she remembers Falmir and Igra pulling around and having helped her survive the attack with the vampire bats. She's remembering all these different heroic moments from their trip, from their journey. And she gains a miraculous warmth comes over her, and she just pulls back and sort of rips past this like encircling darkness of these spirits, pulls them back and leaps forward to the tiller and grabs on and pulls the ship away from the rocks and saves the ship. So if we had all failed, then the Sea Wing would have crashed on the rocks and run aground without a hand to guide her. But instead we passed through, and these spirits are all just still there as she's guiding the ship, holding the tiller, keeping the ship off of the rocks. But all these spirits are still just whispering and accusing and condemning each of us and just screaming and whistling in our ears. And so that each of us gain 2 points of shadow sorcery, and so we can make a wisdom test to overcome that and take some reduced shadow. But we'll see. So Lôrwend has to make a wisdom test. Does not get it. She would have had to get a 13. She almost got it, but not quite. So she's going to take 2 shadow from these spirits. Amlaith has to get an 18. Doubt it. Yeah, does not get it. He gets 2 as well. So he's really heavily affected by the shadow. Reginard has to get a 15, and he has 2 wisdom. So let's go 9, 13. No, just barely not. So he takes 2 shadow up to 4. And then Frerin has to get a 16, which is going to be very difficult. He has like 2 possibilities. Nope, does not get it. Fails and gets 2 shadow as well. So wow, we were very affected by the shadow there as we approach the shore and weather this unnatural storm. And so we'll get 5 fatigue. Although we'll also, I think, now be able to make travel tests. So Frerin is going to, well, let's start with the least good travelers. Or we'll start with Reginard. Reginard rolls the following. Has to get a 15. Does not. So he's going to be taking 5 fatigue. Then there is Amlaith, who is going to roll the following. He fails, darn. So he takes 5 fatigue as well. Woof, it's a hard journey here at the end. Lôrwend, a really tough roll. Yep, fails it, takes 5 fatigue. And then finally, our greatest traveler, we'll see, Frerin. Let's see if he did all right. He rolls, he should have a favored roll here. So he gets a 6, 12, 14, a 17. You need to get a 16. He got it with a 6. So that means that he reduces 2 fatigue. And so he only takes 3 fatigue for this journey. All right, and that is the journey. That is part 2. That was the long journey up the coast to the Isle of the Mother. That was quite the journey. But now here we are, part 3, the Haunted Isle. All right, let me reset, make sure I have everything I need here. So as we are approaching this, just make sure I have my notes. Approaching the Haunted Isle. It's the smallest and westernmost of the Western Isles, right? It's the last land east of the Blessed Realm, now that Numenor is gone. And here of old perished ill-fated Turin. Since then, the Isle has become a place of honor and an inspiration to heroes. Many have come here seeking the courage of Turin, who stood against the father of dragons and defied the curse of the great enemy Morgoth. But each of them prayed that they would not share Turin's dreadful fate, for he brought ruin on all those he loved, and brought victory at such a high price he slew himself at the last. The Numenorians visited here in the days of their power, but for much of the Third Age, the Isle was left empty. Heroes and adventurers still came here from time to time, for the legend of Turin the Dragon Slayer shall be told until the world's ending. Among those who made that pilgrimage was a great ancestor of one of our heroes, a hero who fought against the enemy in days of old. And here that ancestor swore an oath that we'll learn about here soon. In later years, the Lôseth of the north came to this place and encamped as they hunted the gigantic Fasitikalan, the island beast of the cold northern waters. And that is a strange tale in itself, for it was to the Lôseth that Arvedui, last king, entrusted the ring of Barahir, and Turin's mother was a close kinswoman of Barahir long ago. Fate drew the bones of Turin's mother and the keepers of her uncle's ring back together after many thousands of years. This season, the Lôseth have been troubled by ghosts and evil spirits. They do not know what brought this woe to them, for the roots of this disturbance lie far to the east. But they're now here on the Isle and are perhaps unable to sail home. So here we go. So I'm imagining as we are approaching the island, that we would come first upon the camp of the Lôseth. So as Lôrwend guides our ship in, and Igra again takes the helm as the spirits pass and the storm fades, we're led in through this narrow way here to the camp of the Lôseth. And then on the shore we can see the camp of the Lôseth. We have to bring our ship in. We're exhausted. We're low on supplies, so we bring our ship into shore and come ashore as we encounter this tribe of Lôseth, and these are the snowmen of Forochel. So as we approach them, I'm thinking that the camp, we just noticed that there's plenty of provisions still. The Lôseth came well prepared, well stocked. There is a door. Each of the doorways we're seeing Lôseth men and women just standing and looking over at us as we approach, and we can see that they look at us with bold and haughty looks, and are not afraid of us, even though they know we are strange and could bring potentially ill tidings. But as we approach them, a man steps forward, a young hunter, who will begin to speak with us, and we'll talk with him. So let's see. This leader, he is clothed in the traditional garb of the Lasoth. He is covered in furs, and he has a band around his head. And he has tattoos and piercings on his face. He looks like a mighty young hunter of his people. But it's curious that so young a man has been given charge of such an expedition. But he speaks to us. He knows enough of the common tongue to communicate with us. And so as we approach, we say to him something like, greetings from afar. We do not wish to disturb you, but we come ashore in search of our fate. And Jagat speaks back and says, "Welcome. This land is neither yours nor ours, so we stand on equal ground, though we come here to hunt the Festeticalan." He explains that the Lasoth came to this island. He says, "We came to this island to hunt the beasts of the northern ocean. The fabled island beasts swim in deep waters, but came to shore near the Isle of the Mother, so only here can they be hunted." And we, of course, we know about this, and so we bring up, we've recalled tales of the Festiticalan called Limlug by the elves, and Reginard actually comes in with a lore test here. He can roll on a 15. He actually is able to share something of what he knows. 14. I'm gonna give him a success with woe instead of a failure. So he speaks up and he says, "We actually know quite a bit about this. It's called Limlug by the elves. It's a sea beast so large that's often mistaken for an island. The trees grow upon its mighty shell, and how such creatures are generally held to be myths, but we've encountered them. We encountered one ourselves, and actually one of our party rode the Festiticalan, and saved our company from a watery grave." And so he's able to share this, and so he sort of impresses upon them that we do know something about this, but the woe here is that they're really turned off by his eager manner as he's sharing all these facts, and they're also turned off by the fact that a dwarf rode one of these creatures. This is like a sacred beast who can be hunted, obviously, but to ride it is unheard of, and they're disturbed by this tale. But yeah, the Lasoth, I mean, they don't sail on the open ocean, but sometimes in very cold winters, the sea ice extends far enough south to make it possible to travel or row in small hide-covered canoes along the island chain. Such winters only come once in a generation, so rarely do the Lasoth hunt the beasts, and successful hunts are even rarer. But I won my position, Jagat says, by promising the Lasoth an opportunity for such a hunt, regardless of the weather. And one thing here is that Frerin can make a travel test to notice potentially a inconsistency in his tale. So that should probably do it. That's wow, extraordinary success. Wow. Extraordinary success. He notices an inconsistency. The recent winters while bitter, have not been especially bad across Middle-earth. The worst winter that might still be within living memory was the fell winter of 2911. And in comparison to that, the recent cold season was positively balmy. There's no way the ice stretched far enough south. And the truth is that they must have been aided in coming here by someone. Someone must have sailed with them to this island. And with that extraordinary success, he really comes to understand they are certainly not telling all the truth here. And yeah, they certainly were sailed here. Jagot warns that the islands in the chain are perilous in their own way. The Isle of Stone, the Isle of the Hungry, and then the Isle of the Mother. The stories of the Lesath describe how to avoid these dangers. The shore of the island is safe, but it's dangerous to go inland. And they say that the ghost of an old woman dwells there. Old stories of the Lesath warn against entering the wood. The old forest on the western shore is dangerous too, he says. Leave the stone places to the men of the sea. He shares how in recent weeks the ghosts have been especially angry. The camp of the snowman has been attacked by phantoms, and no boats can leave the island. We know chants and spells to drive away some evil spirits, and have in the past made offerings to the witch king who rules the ice, but our spells do not avail us against this new crop of ghosts. Something has changed. The witch king is angry with us. If we cannot find a way to calm the ghosts, we'll remain trapped here. Lôrwend at this point steps forward because Frerin has whispered back to her of, this story does not add up. Someone sailed them here. Someone must have sailed them here. And Lôrwend has a moment of insight, and she leans forward and she says, What of Elwing? And Jagot frowns. He clearly knows this name. He says to them, we know her. She sailed all the way to the ice bay of Ferochel and dwelt among us for a time. She told us tales of the island that her father visited long ago, and we recognized it as this very isle, where we come to hunt the island beasts. And between our stories and the stories that her father told her, we were able to find our way to the isle. We sailed here with her. But soon after we landed here, a strange mood took her, and the woman Elwing went up into the forest where it is not wise to go. The ghosts came soon after that. I do not wish to blame Elwing for rousing the ghosts, but there is some connection between the two. And so that is what's going on here. And so we share with them, thank you for sharing this. We will make our way around the island. We'll see what we can do for you. If we can rid the Amlaith steps forward and says, if we can find Elwing, we can rid this island of its ghostly terrors that are holding you here, and you will return again to your families, healthy and strong, and you will hunt once more. And he says this as he's hearing whispers and whispers of some of the Lesath, who are saying things like, should we not take this second boat and sail home? No matter what Jagot says, all boats are bad luck, bring ill fortune. We've ruined our luck by sailing with Elwing. Another boat would only make it worse. but others say, the old stories say it is the Witch King who controls the winds and holds the fealty of ghosts. We must win his favor if we are to survive. Of old, our ancestors knew spells and offerings that pleased him, and I still remember some of them. Let his enemies be our enemies. So they're kind of whispering and chatting this way, and they haven't gone to try and bring Jagot up against us. But Amlaith tries to step in and tries to encourage them. You will see your people again. You will see your home. You will hunt in future seasons. What we need to go safely on our way to find Elwing, to rid this land, this island, of its spirits and put them back in the chains that they were before. So he tries to enhearten the people here with his speech. So Amlaith makes an enhearten roll. He has to get a 13. He's rolling 2 dice. 2 feet dice, and he just looks kingly. He looks like he has this, like, he's stepping into his call in this moment, and he senses his destiny is closer than ever. So we're gonna give him a success die here. He tries to enhearten them. 8, 10, 20. He gets it with a great success, and so he convinces not only Jagot, but his closest advisors around him, and they all nod at Jagot, and everyone, including Jagot, nods back at Amlaith and says, "Go on your way with our peace, and good luck to you as you seek what you must find." So we depart the Lasath, and so what I'm thinking is that we sail around. And as we're sailing around, we tell Igra, we say to Igra, because he stayed on the boat with Frerin, we tell him, "Igra, your daughter is here." And he starts up, and he's just looking around, where? And we tell him a little bit of the story of how she spent time with the Lasath. She came here. She's somewhere inland. And he says, "We have to go get her. We have to go get her." And we say, "Stay with us. We need to find the path to where she would have gone. We don't know. We just know of the Numenorean fortress to the west of the island." And he says, all right, we'll head that way. And as we head that way, we pass the wreck of her ship, Elwing's ship. And Igra, seeing the wrecked ship, is just filled with sadness. And he just starts crying out, like, "Elwing, my Elwing." And he says, "I don't know if I trust those Lasath. Like, they could have just killed her and taken her ship, and it could all be a lie from them." And we have to encourage him of no, Igra, like, they seem to be telling the truth. We believe she is inland, and we will find her. We will save her. If she's alive, she will be saved. And you cannot just blame the Lasath for these troubles. And so he seems assuaged at this point, and agrees to sail on. So we sail on around and put in closer to the fortress, and then trudge up into its depths to see what we can find that would direct our path. So as we're approaching the fortress, we see that this is 3,000 years of wild storms and raging waves mean that little of this once mighty fortress remains. And the great mariners of Numenor built this stronghold partly as an outpost on their northern approaches, but also as a place of pilgrimage for heroes and scholars. The great sheltered anchorage with its seawalls and shining jetties is gone now, and toppled are the towers that once looked west over the endless ocean and drowned lands. But a portion of the keep remains, partially lost beneath the dunes. And we begin to explore the accessible portion of the fortress. So we enter into it, and And just in the first hall that we come into, there's just a stench of not death, but just a stench of like, it's almost a spiritual stench. It's like this heaviness and this grayness of this old place. At every doorway, we just imagine that we're seeing faces popping out for a moment and fading away. There's no actual people here. It's just this illusion that we're experiencing. And we step in and we come across a carving that's depicting a lineage of heroes of old in the line of men. And many of them would be mysteries, but Amlaith is skilled in lore, and he doesn't even need to make a roll here. He knows many of these people. He says, Berehir and Baron, Hurin and Turin, Tur and Huor, Arendil and Elros. And the furthest portion of the carving is lost beneath the sands that choke much of the fortress. But we can see that it's like covered by sand, and if it could be excavated and exposed, we could see more. And so we all start, like Amlaith says, let's dig together. So then we start digging into it and pulling away the sand, and there at the edge of the carving is found to depict a great standing stone on a hilltop, and it hints at an eerie figure who sits in its shadow. So we're troubled by this. We look up at the hill in the center of the island and think that perhaps our journey takes us there. We come upon another room that was once clearly a forge. It has a beautiful viewpoint out from this forge, and as we enter into it, we feel like a heaviness on us of almost like visions of people who were here of old, and just the weight of how many years ago anyone has even stepped in these halls. But oddly, it's in somewhat better repair than the rest of the fortress, as if someone repaired it in the intervening centuries. Someone had been here at some point. We step into another room, which has inscriptions across the walls, and there's scratches on the floor, as if there were creatures that had come through here before. But it's another curious chamber at the back of the fortress. A row of statues here all point swords at the walkway in the middle of the room. The walkway leads to an archway, and a path leads from that archway as we walk through up into the hills at the center of the island. It is as if the statues are threatening or challenging the observer to prove themselves. And it takes a great act of courage to leave the fortress by that grim door. So we're all standing there and just filled with a fear. But we know what we're called to do. These are all pointing up here. And we know that there's the stone that we've seen. We actually saw that stone in our dreams. And we look at each other, we say, we've seen this stone. We've seen this stone. And only Lôrwend has not seen it, but she sees everyone else has. And we all, the whole company sort of just huddles together a little bit. We're all in a line. We kind of come a little closer together, and we say that a path leads up. It only leads up. We can only go forward. And Amlaith says that we take it together, and we step forward and head on up. So we take this overgrown track. It says a winding path marked by more statues and Numenorean carvings leading up to the upper portion of the isle. And heroes trod this path of old, but now it is weed-strewn and overgrown with brambles. And finally approaching the top, we come up here on the highest spot of the island is a green burial mound. And atop the mound is a carved grave marker, a great square-sided stone. Words are engraved on this ancient stone by two different hands, but neither inscription could be read, for the stone is so worn by thousands of years of wind and rain. And as we're exploring the mound and trying to discover who it is who is buried here, and Amlaith says, "Was it Turin? Was it Turin who was buried here? Could it be?" But as they're scrambling around and trying to see what they can learn, all the party suddenly becomes aware that there's an old woman sitting in the shadow of the stone. She's a ghost, or something like a ghost. If she had a name, it's long lost. Now she's closer to an archetype. She's every mother who mourns her lost son, taken by war or questing. She's everyone left behind when a loved one goes down the road to adventure. She's called the mourner. And we recognize her as the figure from our dreams. You see the woman. "My son lies here," she whispers, "and the waters took my daughter. They fought the enemy, and all that was left to me was sorrows and stories. They are gone. They are gone, and I weep." She looks up at the characters, and her gaze is like a spear of ice. "Others have come here, so many others. Stories brought them, and sorrow follows them. To them I said, go home, live and laugh. Turn aside from the quest." She lowers her head again. "They never listen. But it has been a long, long time since any came here. I dared think I might sleep, but now the shadow is rising once again, and the stories are retold. To you I say, go home, live and laugh. Turn aside from the quest. Only doom waits for you." And as they hear these words, each of the company is struck, and there's sort of this question that's posed to them of, are they going to follow the ghost's advice? Are they going to give up adventuring? And so each of them, I think it's like, starting with Reginard, absolutely not. He's totally steeled. He's all in. He knows we are on the path to becoming a company that can strike against the enemy. I will not turn from this path, regardless of whatever spirits will reach out and try and pull us away and scare us. Or however scared we were when we first arrived in that storm, we will not turn from this path. That's exactly the darkness that we need to fight. And Lôrwend is again leans back into remembering how she's come close to the company. She leans into what she has learned on this journey so far. She knows that she has more to do here on this Middle Earth, and there's something calling her. There's something that she needs to find or discover here that she's still called to. And she's learned so much already, so she's confident. No, I will not step away from this. And Frerin, he too, he's had this stirring as he's had these dreams. For him, he's had this personal sense of, I had a mission. I had a sense that I'm meant to bring a message to Middle Earth. But I don't know the content of that message. I felt like I heard it once long ago, and I feel like I do know it, but I can't put to words like this message that I've heard, this calling on my life to share a message across Middle Earth. So I feel that in the midst of this company and our work against the shadow, I also have this deeper mission, and this is a part of it. Like something here is going to set me on the path towards being able to live out that mission. So no, he's here, he's in it. And then finally, Amlaith, who feels a weight that he could not take the tiller as during the storm, that the shadows held him down so. But he shakes off this feeling of guilt and inadequacy, and he remembers the call. And remembers that he is awaited, that he is called here. Something has called him here, and it wasn't this woman. Something else has called him here, and he has a path to walk. So all of them steel themselves and say, we will go on. And they all declare their intention to continue. And then as they all say this, the ghost turns to Amlaith and says, one of your kinsmen came here many years ago. She should have heeded my words. Instead, now she too is bound to this world of sorrow. I say to you a third time, turn aside, go home. But Amlaith refuses, and the ghost extends a bony finger, pointing deeper into the wood, and then vanishes. So we're called to enter into the haunted wood. And so I'm thinking that our company sees the wood, sees it would take quite a scramble on the cliffs to reach the woods. And so we think we need to get back to the ship, take the ship around, and make sure that Igra has not done anything rash, since he's so torn up. He needs to know that we're still seeking out Elwing. So instead we descend back to the ship, where Faramir is barely keeping Igra from doing something bad, and maybe approaching the Lasoth and challenging them. We tell him we've not found Elwing, but we think we know where she may be. We think she went deeper into the forest, and so he eagerly takes us around the cape, back around to the forest, and brings us to the land near there, and we try to enter the haunted wood. So as we enter the haunted wood, spirits, the same evil spirits who brought a storm down on the characters as they arrived at the Isle, haunt this wood. Most are bodiless, able only to affect the weather or to strike fear into the hearts of mortals, but others have taken on physical form, inhabiting the corpses of those who have perished here. Some wear the bodies of Lasoth hunters who came here in the fell winter of 2911. Others are skeletons garbed in leaf mold and bramble, crawling things of yellow and rotten bone. And while these spirits can be found throughout the wood, they cluster around the hollow, the center of the wood, except when anyone tries to leave the isle by sea, in which case the spirits leap into the sky and whip up a storm. And so as we enter into the forest, we are assailed by these spirits. There's we don't see any of these wood wights, these embodied wood wights, but these disembodied, unhoused wraiths are whispering in our ears and trying to draw us from our path. And actually, the wood wights are at least starting to shift and move and reach out and snatch at our legs as we are approaching through this haunted wood. And as we enter into the wood, we come finally upon the hollow. And in the heart of the eastern portion of the wood is a small, shallow cave, a hole in the hillside. And the wights lurk in the shadows of the tree here, but dare not enter the cave for fear of what rests there. And so as we approach the this cave, we enter into it. We try to enter into it, but it's the entrance is buried in mud, and we realize that as we enter into the entrance is not buried in mud. We enter into it, but we see that there's been a mudslide here, and that Elwing, daughter of Ygritte, is there. She's trapped within the cave, and buried in the mud where she lies is a hilt of an ancient sword. A long dead skeleton in the remnants of the garb of Amlaith's folk still clutches the sword. And when Amlaith first sees the sword, he suddenly, it's like he's taken aside, and he has this vision. It's almost like a waking dream. He reaches out and touches the sword, the hilt, and it's like, shoom, he's given a waking dream. He sees someone crouched in the hollow next to the blade. It's his ancestor, and he knows at a glance it's Tyrandus, his ancestor, the Knight of Arnor. He remembers the stories of his ancestors, and how Tyrandus went into the north and never returned. It's Tyrandus, and the shade of this ancient hero speaks to Amlaith, saying, "3 times I came to this grave, the sacred land. Once when I was young and brave and sought adventure. Through adventure I won glory at the king's right hand. Again when the king charged me with a great quest to break the darkness under Amangorothos, my courage failed me and I fled into the west. I forged a sword and my courage anew. I found brave companions and set out again. But it was not enough. The darkness broke us. I alone survived. I fled, pursued by phantoms. A 3rd time I returned. A 3rd time pays for all. A 3rd time I came to the grave of heroes to die and wait for thee." And so he has this vision, and he has this moment of choice of, do I step into whatever it was that drew her here, whatever this quest was that Tyrandus sought. He trusts that she was making the right choice, that she was stepping into this quest, and he trusts that all these visions, all of these dreams, all of this heartache, it's all that he and the company together can step into their role at this time in history and fulfill some kind of oath from ages past. And so he draws the sword from the mud, finding that the blade is crudely made, as if forged in haste or by one who had little smithcraft, but that said veins of some kind of curious black substance run through the steel and have gathered at the point and edges of the blade, which have remained keen despite long centuries of neglect. So he has this sword, and as soon as he raises it up, we begin to hear the stirring of in the woods, the wood wights, who are bound to destroy the wield of the blade, even though they fear its touch. They start to shift and moan and move. Now, Elwing, as this is happening, Elwing, we see her and the rest of the company is assisting her. They're digging the mud away from her and trying to pull her out and tend to her and see how she is doing. Ygritte's daughter has been trapped in this cave by the woodwights for weeks. She's half mad with hunger and terror and half dead from exposure, but she clings to life. She's like coughing, but she's barely alive. If she were well, she could tell the heroes how she came here, how she sailed north, etc., etc. She could tell the whole story of how she saw the woman and what drew her there, and how she saw a vision of her father Ygritte, drunk and despairing in the shadows of the Queen's Hall in Lond Dare, and how she could proudly proclaim that she rejected the old ghost's vision and pressed on into the wood to where she found the sword. And if she had not found the sword, she might still be well, but touching the sword roused the woodwights and nearly drove her mad with the memory of ancient fears. Now all the Elwing can do is moan and mutter about the dreadful hill and the oath and the pursuing shadows. If the characters bring her down out of the wood, we'll see what could happen to her. But right now she's unwell and needs the characters' help. So the characters pull her out, and we'll see if Amlaith hears the stirring of the wood behind him, but he turns to Elwing, and almost with a more like majestic look to him. Like Reginard looks up at Amlaith, and Amlaith looks different, as if he's taken on something greater than himself. He looks like profound, and there's like an awe there. And Amlaith reaches down and touches the forehead of Elwing and tries to instill healing power into her. And so he's going to use the knuckle bone of King Argaleb. He's going to do a healing test to try and help her to at least rise and be able to leave this place. Oh yeah, great success. So she looks up and she rises. Like, she should not be able to stand and walk now, but she steps up and she rises and she is able to stumble forward with the characters, with the rest of the company assisting her to walk. But she's actually able to walk with their support. So they step out, and we have to fight these wights. So as we claim the sword, we step out of the hollow, all the wood wights converge on the hollow. No longer do they haunt the wood. No longer do they ride the winds and call up storms. They all rush toward the sword, seeking to destroy the new wielder and end the threat of the sword. A howling darkness gathers, shaking the trees and striking terror into the hearts of all the heroes. On the shore below, the Lasoth hide, dismayed by this newest terrible omen. And we've got two options. We could break the sword, throw it into the ocean, otherwise render it beyond use. This would deal with the wood wights. The sword would be gone. The spirit's task would be done. The spirits could return to the hill of fear. But no, the other more perilous but more worthy option is to hold against the tide of darkness, and when the characters must survive a battle with a host of wood wights. And we're absolutely doing that. We're absolutely going to stand here and take the wood wights. They all suffer from fear of fire. So between the magic of the sword and a bonfire, the characters have a chance of success. Assume there's one wood wight per player hero, plus countless unhoused wraiths. But if all the wood wights are defeated, the spirits flee. So here we go. We are, as we step out, I'm imagining Amlaith pulls both of his swords out. He's got his new sword, and he's got his old sword, the Veilbane. And he knows in a strange moment, he actually has a sense he actually hears the whispers of the wood wights, and they're saying Esteling, Esteling, and he realizes, he says Esteling, Esteling, and he raises the sword, the unyielding hope, and the sword kind of flashes a dark flash, and the wood wights howl and moan and come toward him closer. But he laughs as he holds the sword up. Thank you for telling me its name. And he draws both Veilbane and Esteling, and we approach the wights. Right as the wights approach, Frerin pulls out from his pack. He pulls out Gandalf's firecracker, and he lights a match, pulls it across pulls the flame across the the wick of the firecracker and puts it to his shoulder and launches it almost like a bazooka. Just launches it right into the midst of the wood wights as they're approaching. This whole host of wood wights. And it explodes in showers of red and green and lights of blue and yellow and fire and the wood wights all around it catch fire and begin screaming horrible screams. But it begins this huge bonfire just rages as these wood wights are consumed by the flames. And there's plenty more wood wights around, but there's now this flaming bonfire right in the midst, and it's like shooting off huge sparks into the wood wights as they attack. So the darkness is filled with blasting lights as the firecracker continues to shoot off bits of continued stages of the firecracker launching and sparking out from it. And so the wood wights all suffer from fear of fire. So yes, that's going to help us. These wood wights, they have fear of fire, which means they lose 1 hate at the start of each round that they're engaged in close combat with an adversary wielding a torch or other sort of burning item. So they're just going to straight up lose a point of hate at the start of each turn. There's all these other unhoused wraiths, but they're not able to do much against us because the fire is just everywhere, and it's driving them batty. And we let's see, well they do their shrieking is causing us dread. So I do think what has to happen is that we, because of the unhoused wraiths, we all have to gain a shadow point. And we can make a valor test. If we pass the valor test, we don't gain the shadow point. If we fail it, not only do we gain that shadow point, but we actually lose 1 dice on all rolls until we leave the haunted area. And you actually have to make the test again and again every round if they're nearby. So in this first round, I'm gonna say that they're like scattered by the firecracker, so we don't have to deal with these wraiths, but we will going into the second round. So we come raging out and attacking these wood wights in close combat. And so let's see, player heroes involved. Yeah, boom. Okay, so we got wood wights. They're all right here. The denizens of the dark. It's not dark here anymore because the fireworks and flames and all this. So they're not going to have favored rolls, at least right now. They're going to lose 1 hate at the start of each round because of the fire. They are deathless. So they can spend a hate to cancel a wound. They can spend a hate to reset to full endurance when reduced to 0 endurance. But it's ineffective against player heroes wielding like a bane weapon, such as this, for example. They're heartless. These creatures unaffected by intimidate foes unless a magical success is obtained. And they are things of terror. At the start of the first round of the battle, all player heroes inside of one or more creatures with this ability gain 2 shadow points, dread. Those who fail their shadow test are daunted and cannot spend hope for the rest of the fight. Dang. Okay. Well, here we go. I think what's going to happen is that we're going to do that test first. So it's going to be Thing of Terror. So we all have to steel ourselves against these Things of Terror. So we have to make, it's a 2 shadow points unless we make this Valor test and reduce that. So Amlaith, we're going to spend all 4 of the fellowship points to make these all favored rolls. So everyone's going to get a favored roll. We're going to spend all of our fellowship points at this point. So fellowship, and fellowship. We're all going to make favored rolls to try and overcome our terror at these Things of Terror. All right, so For Frerin, he's going to roll the following. He needs to get a 16. Hey, Gandalf, that's awesome. So he only takes 1 shadow, and he is not daunted. So he succeeds that. That's awesome. Lôrwend is going to need to get 18. Let's go. Come on. Nope. Did not at all. Got 11. So she takes 2 shadow. And then she's daunted, which means she cannot spend hope for the rest of this fight. Shoot. So I'm going to put down daunted, like in her injury box for now. Amlaith is going to roll. He's got 2 dice and 2 dice. He needs a 13. Gandalf symbol, gets it. So he only gets 1 shadow point, and he's not daunted. He rises up against these creatures. 15 is what he needs here. Oh, no, got 13. It was close. So Reginard takes 2 more shadow and is... Oh, wow. This is intense. It's probably for the best that Lôrwend can't spend hope, because her shadow is getting close to her hope. She could get miserable. So we'll see. He's daunted as well then. So Reginard is daunted. Wow, so he can't spend hope. That stinks. Man. Wow, for the rest of the fight. Shoot. That's crazy. Honestly, he should have spent hope for that roll. Sorry, let me back that up. He's going to spend a hope for that roll. So it would have been... That's enough. It would have been 13, 17. Gets it. So he actually reduces his shadow by 1, and he's not daunted. Yeah, because he definitely wanted to spend a hope at the chance of that way he can spend a couple hope during this battle. All right, so that's him. So the only one who was daunted there was Lôrwend, who has been through a lot. She's been through a lot here, but she's grown a lot. She's doing great. So here we go. Battle is engaging, and this is like the last big thing. So here we go. All right. We said there are 4 wood wights, which we'll just use wooden pieces for. And so we've got, here we go. Got Amlaith, got Lôrwend, got Frerin, we've got Reginard, and then we've got 4 of these wood wights who are coming towards us. So Lôrwend first takes a shot at one of the wood wights. Yeah, here we go. Shoots. Aye. Yay. It's just a 12, so does not get it. Darn it. So she shoots because it's Eye of Sauron. It's so unfortunate. And I'm gonna during this battle, I'm gonna actually treat every eye and Gandalf symbol as meaning something significant. We're gonna use the favor and ill favor tables from the Moria supplement. I'll just pull them up. I think I have them. No, I'll pull them up from the book. So here we go. We got in the Moria book at the very, very back, we've got the favor and ill favor. So she just rolled an eye on her shot. So let's see what happened with her shot. We can roll on the ill fortune table. A 7 means you are plagued by troubling visions or thoughts. So she as she's about to shoot, she is just plagued again by these visions, the dark visions that she's been seeing, and she remembers the face of the old woman, and she's just troubled in spirit at the darkness that's in front of her, and she just shoots, and it just cannot even hit one of these wood wights. So that's her shot there. Excuse me. And so now we rush into battle. So Amlaith comes rushing in to attack one of the wood wights in forward stance. Frerin also is going to come in forward stance and attack one of the wood wights. And Reginard is going to he too is going to run in forward stance and attack one of the wood wights. We're just going for it. And then this last one will attack Amlaith. So here we go. And wait, is this what I want to do? Or do I want to do defensive roll? Rally comrades. Yeah, this is good. This is what good. We'll do this. So we come together like this, and now we'll fight. So Reginard running in. He's gonna roll 3 dice plus 1 because of forward stance, and he's got his die here, and he's gonna spend a hope to get an extra die. So he's spending a hope now. Reginard goes down to he's got 11 hope currently, and he is gonna roll a bunch of dice. So here we go. Attacks. Gets let's go. He's a 10, 12, 14, 16, 16, 17. Barely gets his target number of 17 because of all these low numbers, but he did get a 10, which is a piercing blow. So he does hit him with a piercing blow. So what did these guys say about wounds? They said spend 1 hate to cancel a wound. So first of all, they all lose a hate. So they'll actually have only 3 hate left. So 3, 3, 3, 3. I mean, he's got to spend a hate to cancel that, because otherwise he would die. So he spends a hate to cancel that wound. Or hang on, I think he gets to do I assume he gets to do a protective roll first. So let's see if he can do a protective roll against Reginard's 16, it would be. He fails it. So he has to spend a hate to prevent the wound. But he still takes 3 damage. So 3 damage down to 13. Yikes. That's scary. Still has a lot of health. So Reginard stabs in, but this deathless creature just laughs in his face, and he cannot cause him the wound. That's so sad. And so then let's say Frerin comes in and chops at this wood wight, and he's just on top of the world attacking with his axe. He's like, this is what we're meant for, and swings it at this wood wight. And he's going to also spend a hope to go up to, he's going to go down to 12 hope. But he spends a hope, and so he gets a die. He gets 1 more dice because of his forward stance. And here he goes, swinging at this wood wight. He could kill one of these, I feel like, in 1 blow. Let's see. Okay, he gets, yep, that's plenty enough to hit it. And he gets a success. And so he can do a couple things here. He could turn this 9 into a 10, which would be a piercing blow. He could use pierce, turn it into a 10, make this a piercing blow. He could do that. Alternatively, he could just do an extra 7 damage. It would be 15 damage total. Almost kills him. That's so close. But what did it say, though, about the endurance? So it says, spend a hate to reset to full endurance when reduced to 0 endurance. Yeah. No, he's just going to hit him for 8 damage. So he's going to hit him for 8 damage. And he's going to hit him with a piercing blow. He's going to turn this into a piercing blow. Attack with a piercing blow. So he rolls his armor attack, 17. That's not enough for the 20 injury rating of Frerin's axe. So he has to spend a hate to not die again. So this is good. This is good. Spends a hate to not die. That's pretty good. And now Amlaith attacks. And he is going to be rolling. Let's see. So he rolls 3 dice. 1 more because of his stance. You got the feet die. And his sword, let's see, it has a bunch of great qualities. It's Bane of Undead, which means that he can ignore Deathless, which is great. And yeah, he's going to attack. So well, should he spend a hope? Maybe he should spend a hope here. Let's see. Does he have some hope to spend? He's got hope to spend. He's gonna spend a hope to get an extra die. So he has 5 dice, and he wants to strike this thing down as he blocks his attack with the one sword and then swings the Bane sword against this thing. Wow, Gandalf. The Gandalf rune, that's a piercing blow, automatic hit, and it causes a wound. He can't spend his hate to stop it. He can spend a hate for his armor roll. So spend a hate. He needs to get a, what is this? Oh, what's the injury rating of a sword like that would be? I'm assuming it's a. We're gonna say it's a 18. Should be 18. No, it's superior fell. Is that 20? What's superior fell? Let's look back at the rewards in this book, because this is a very special weapon. I think it has superior. It has superior fell, but I have to see what superior fell is again. I believe it might go up by 4. So let's see. There's the virtues. There are the rewards. Fell. Where does it say items of superior worth? So if a hero loses or breaks a most small, plot immunity. For some reason they can't be handed over. I don't see where what the superior does if it gives them an extra boost. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it makes it like even better than it was before. So we'll just say that it is currently going to be not any better than like a normal thing. So yeah, so it should be an 18 that they have to hit. So he spends a hate. He goes, hates this so much, gets a 12 only, dead. So slays one of them. It just dissipates under his Bane blade. Boom, dead. That was awesome. So now Lôrwend has a attack. She's the only daunted one. She can't spend hope. But what does she want to shoot at? She gets, what damage does she do? She does 3 damage with her bow. But she could do 6 more damage, 9 more damage actually. Sorry, 7 more damage, up to 12 damage total. Is that right? No, 10 damage. She could do like 10 damage with her bow if she got a heavy blow. So she's going to attack the one that Frerin attacked. So she's going to shoot there. She sees a weakness and gets 11, 17. That's enough to hit and deals just 3 damage to it, down to 5. And, right, yeah, 3 damage. 3 damage down to 5. Yes, that's it. So 5 for that one. All right, and that is all the company. So they're going to attack back. And this is not going to be pretty because they're going to have an extra dice. So what do these guys roll? They roll claws. They roll 3 dice plus 1, and then the fate die. So first against Reginard, who is hard to hit. He's a 19 to hit. Oh, that is not good. That's an automatic hit for him. And a possible wound. So hits Reginard. Reginard just has 1d on his protection roll. I think he's going to spend a hope to try and survive this roll. So he doesn't want to get a wound here. So he's going to roll. He gets, oh shoot, just a 3. Oh, I forgot we have not been using the ill favor things. But I'll just ignore it for now. This is a 3, so I'll do it for this one. So since I just remembered it. So it's a 3. So he fails it. He's got to take a wound here. Let's roll to see how bad of a wound. 3 days worth of recovery needed. So he is now wounded. Reginard is wounded, and it's going to take him 3 days to recover from this wound. One more wound, and he is going to be knocked out and dying. That was bad. And also, what was let's see what the other like ill-fated thing was that happened as he takes this wound. So let's roll on the ill fortune. A 9. That says you learn or realize something which adds a new complication to your mission. Ooh, you learn or realize something that adds a new complication to your mission. You know what? We're going to cancel that out because I forgot that also Amlaith got a Gandalf symbol over here. So we're just going to ignore that for now. Ignore that bad thing. He just takes a wound and screeches like, ah! As he has his horrible claws gripping at him from this woodwight. And now one attacks Frerin as well. Needs to get a 14 only. Ooh, I think it's going to get it. That's 14, but no extra hits. So it's just going to be 4 damage. So 4 damage to Frerin, who's going to go down to 24. That's not a problem. It's the wounds that are a problem. This is fine. And so then this one attacks Amlaith, and it's not gonna spend hate because it can't really afford to. Gandalf's symbol is a 0. 10, 13 is not enough to hit Amlaith's 16. So he misses, and that Gandalf symbol is gonna be something positive for us right here. So let's see. We'll roll on the fortune table again. I don't have to do this during combat all the time, I guess. Well, we'll do it. We'll do it. Whatever. It's the final battle. So on a 9, it's going to be you learn or realize something which gives helpful insight into your mission. You learn or realize something that gives helpful insight into your mission. So as Amlaith is dodging these attacks from these horrific wights, he sees just how drawn they are to the blade, how all of them just want to stop the one who has a blade, and so he just has total confidence that this blade is the point. This blade is going to help them to throughout their mission, all the way to the hill of fear that's begun to cloud their dreams and their minds. And so he sort of laughs and smiles with total confidence that they're going to overcome these creatures. So next battle up, let's shift them around. So let's see, where are they at now? So Frerin pushes this woodwight off and jumps in to take the one that Reginard has been fighting. Reginard then spins around and takes the one that Frerin was fighting, and Amlaith swings down at the one he was fighting. And they're all going to just stay in forward stance for now. And Reginard will go into defensive stance. That's what I'll say. So you can not die here. So Amlaith is going to attack first. So with a laugh, he's going to spend another hope to get another die here. So he's got 5 dice, and feat die needs to get a 14. Oh yeah, he gets it. He could. He has his sword is. Is this keen? Yes, this is keen. It is keen, so it hits. It gets a piercing on a 9, and that's all he really needs. He hits it and he wounds it. Just stabs it in the heart, and it is defeated. Falls away. That is crazy. Nice roll. Frerin now chop tries to just chop this thing to bits, he's gonna spend a hope and chop down this wood wight in every way he can. Oh yeah, that's awesome. So they were all losing a hope at the start of this round of combat, and so they all should have been down to, let's see, 1, 2. Oh, those are both dead, but 1 and the 2 that are left are both down to 1 hate. And so now what he's getting is he has a piercing blow and a heavy blow. And so what he's going to do is he's going to apply both. So he has a heavy blow, which is going to be the remaining damage. It's going to do a total of 15 damage to this 13 health remaining wood wight. So it would kill him that way. He has to spend a hate to restore his endurance to full. And he kind of like looks at him with just so much hate in his eyes, the burning flames all around him, but he's just consumed with hate. And he looks over his shoulder at Amlaith, and the blade just kind of reaches past Frerin, and then Frerin swings around and piercing blow chops this one down. Boom. And then Reginard attacks, and Reginard has a 1 less. Let's see, does he have hope to spare? Not really. So he's just gonna roll these dice. Wow. Whoa. You got 1/1 and a Gandalf symbol. And so he succeeds against all odds as this thing's coming towards him. He succeeds. Well, let's see what he got. So it's gonna be a piercing blow. This thing only has 1 hate left, which is awesome. And so let's see. He's gonna deal 3 damage to it, and he'll just use this. It's a piercing blow. So yeah. So for this creature, it has to make a protection roll of 19. Shoot, that actually does survive the piercing blow. Shoot. So it's just 3 damage. So he's down to 2 health, and he didn't need to use the hate. Darn. That means that Lôrwend will have a harder time killing it just right now, but maybe she still could. Lôrwend takes aim and shoots at this wight. Oh, by the way, what was the thing that happened? We rolled a Gandalf symbol there. What was the positive thing in this instance? It's gonna be from this book. Here we go. Fortunate thing happening here. It's gonna be the eye of the enemy focuses elsewhere. Decrease eye awareness by 1. We're not even doing eye awareness right now, but yes, in a moment, I would say like that's gonna tie into a piece I think I might have at the very end of this, the eye focusing elsewhere. But now Lôrwend is gonna shoot. So Lôrwend pulls back. Can she kill this thing? She rolls 10, 16, enough to hit. Deals 3 damage, which means it has to spend its last hate to go back to full health, 16. And so it has no more hate. So now it's weary. So now it attacks Reginard, but it only has normally 3 dice. So 1 less dice because he's in defensive stance. And 2s and 1s and 3s get ignored. So he just rolls a 9 and fails to kill it. And then, so finally, in the last round of combat, they're going to gang up and kill this thing. So Amlaith is going to roll a bunch of dice. I think you can spend what's it called? A hope. He has 1 more hope to spend. 12, 17. Now, he gets it. He's got 6, which would do actually just a heavy blow. So he swings down. He's not gonna kill it in this one blow, which is surprising. He's one-shotted all the rest of them. But I think he hits it for, I want to say it's gonna be 4 plus 6 is 10 damage. So it's down to 6 health. So he just the blade just goes straight into its chest. It's not dead. It moans, but it's not dead. And then Frerin wants to basically just decapitate it. So he rolls, and he gets it. That's like 17 with a success. This deals like 15 damage. He just cuts the head of the wood wight, and it falls to the ground. And the rest of the wights, the unhoused wraiths, just dissipate and scream and moan. Oh, we totally forgot to do the shadow test that we had to do. We should have done, I think, 2 shadow tests each, unless we. So let me just back that for a second. 2 shadow tests each, cause of it was. We said this is because of the unhoused wraiths. We had to gain a shadow point, make a dread test, and if you did, then. Yep, you just have to repeat it at the end of at the start of every round. So we said it was going to be not the first round, but the next 2 rounds. So here we go. So each of them has to make a test real fast. So Frerin, would he have gained a shadow? Yes. Lôrwend, yes. Gosh, look at those eyes. This is Reginard, 14. Gosh, no, sorry, 11. He gets it. And then 8 from Amlaith. He should roll 2 dice. So it's 14. He succeeds and gets no shadow. And we would say that he does not have to roll for the next roll because he got an extraordinary success. So Amlaith is the only one who did not take shadow. The other 3 did take a shadow. But yeah, and so those howling, shrieking, unhoused wraiths dissipate and fade into the wind, screaming away as we defeat the wood wights. Wow. So, as we have finished this combat, now we, let's see where we're at with the story. So, we... in this moment, Amlaith has absolutely been shining as he's taken this sword. Reginard has just thrilled to see Amlaith step into his own. Lôrwend is feeling the weight of the shadow and her damage from the earlier combats heavily. Frerin is feeling accomplished and sure of himself as they step away from this combat. As we finish this combat and it's just burning, we smell just the burning corpses and the wood as this bonfire rages by the hollow. We see Elwing stumble up in the darkness and clearly she needs help as soon as possible. So we take her and we start making for the coast. As we walk through the wood, it's like all of the haunted wood is no longer haunted. The spirits are gone. They're not stopping us or hurting us in any way. So as we walk back to the ship, and as we get there, Elwing and Igra have this beautiful embrace. Igra just he jumps off of his ship into the water, wades through the water, or through the water, and runs up to Elwing and takes her up into his arms and carries her back to the ship, just weeping with joy and kissing her again and again. And we, I would say that we travel around to the Lasoth. Igra apologizes to them for ever doubting them, but they're on good terms. They appreciate that he said that, even though they didn't really know that he was upset at them. And Igra offers that we could give them passage as far as the edge of the ice bay of Ferochel. And so we take them on, and we're on good terms with the Lasoth. Jagot invites us to visit his cold homeland in Forodwaith and suggests that we return to the Isle of the Mother in some future year to hunt the Festiticolan. Surely, he says, we will have better luck then. Shaken by his experience and the travails of his daughter, Igra hastens to return to the safety of Lôrwend. No more will he tell stories of wild voyages and heroic exploits. He now intends to stay close to home and to cherish what he has. He encourages Elwing, too, to give up her wandering. As we return to Lôrwend and step back into the Queen's Hall, everyone rises and just claps and is overjoyed to see us. The Seer Eglian, though, is alarmed to discover that his vision proved mostly correct. He has spent years being an unsuccessful astrologer, so to have an accurate prediction shakes him to his bones. So I'm imagining he's just like, I don't know what to do with this. Like, perhaps I have a gift I need to share. There is a friend in the hall who we recognize in gray cloak and gray beard. Gandalf is there, back with his old friends in Lôrwend. And he's happy to see us and overjoyed that we've returned again, successful and survived. And he hears about the quest, and he hears about the sword and the Hill of Fear, and he says nothing, but his gaze lingers on the sword recovered from the isle, and he draws on his pipe with quiet satisfaction. And so now the location of Amon Gorothos, the Hill of Fear, is a mystery. Old tales suggest that it lies somewhere in the trackless wastes of the Fjordwaith, beyond the mountains of Angmar. Other accounts note that the hill is, quote, black as a burnt heath, which does not fit at all with the location in the snowy lands of the far north. And we ask Elwing if she's heard of any of this at all, and question about her time with the Lesath, and she has no knowledge of such a hill. But she does mention that the Lesath were ill at ease, as if troubled by bad dreams, and there were rumors of orcs moving in the far north. And so at this point, Gandalf shares with us, he says, you might do well to visit the last homely house and the Lord Elrond. He could bring his healing work for Elwing, who's in desperate need of recovery. And if you could convince him, he might tell you more about where the hill is located. He's kept it a secret all these years, but perhaps he would tell it to you, if you could turn his ear to your, and his heart to your deeds. And so he directs us that perhaps we should visit Rivendell. So, that is where we go on. We travel across with Elwing, travel back to Rivendell after first letting Amlaith give a tearful goodbye to the Queen, who he has hit it off with very quickly. Don't know where their relationship will go, but we travel back to Rivendell. And as we enter there, we're welcomed with at least a friendly enough entrance. We're welcomed, and they take Elwing immediately. They take Elwing and they say, this is a refugee of the Shadow. We will take her under our care. You can trust her with us. But they won't speak of anything else. They say, wait until Elrond calls on you. And so as we're sleeping our first night there, Reginard has a dream. His one last dream. This is some weeks after leaving the Isle of the Mother. And he dreams of the day that they left the Isle. And in the dream, he looks back at the shore, and there he sees the figure of the ghostly mourner keening on the shore. And the island beyond seems to change, the waters somehow becoming the snowy plains of the north, the mound becoming a dark and terrible hill, the Hill of Fear. And all that Reginard hears is the weeping of the mourner as the shadow of that hill rises up and crushes the little boat carrying the company. And they're all lost in the darkness. But Reginard stirs awake. It was only a dream. It was only a dream. And then as he wakes from his dream, elves approach and they say, "The Lord Elrond will see you now to hear of your request." And so we will go into the next session, I think trying to convince him to tell us about the hill and go from there. So I think we want to hear more about where the hill might be and then go on to the next chapter. So that is the end there. And before we fully end, let's do a little fellowship phase. So fellowship phase is not too difficult. Let's go back to the book here. I feel a lot more comfortable and confident doing this, having fully done it now. So let's go back to where this is. Fellowship phase is actually over here because it's something the players do. Yeah, and so what we got here, we got the duration of it. We're just a couple weeks in Rivendell is what I'm thinking right now, to rest here. Maybe actually be a couple weeks before we actually even see the Lord Elrond. But we're in Rivendell, which is fun. So that's the location of it. So we have a couple weeks is the duration. Rivendell is the location. We can perform updates, which we'll do we'll do that now. So everyone's gonna get 12 again for skill points and adventure points. So Reginard is gonna go to 16 and 12. 16 and 12. We also recover, let's see. We recover a number of hope points equal to their heart score. And furthermore, we could reduce shadow if a company's actions could be considered to have at least marginally interfered with the return of the shadow. Each player hero removes 1 shadow point. If it's considered to have actively hindered or damaged the enemy, each player hero moves up to 2 shadow points. We're going to say it's just 1, so it's just marginally. So Reginard removes 1 shadow to 5, and he recovers, because he has 5 heart, he recovers 5 hope back up to his full capacity of 15. He drops all of his fatigue, and he's good. Lôrwend, actually, I think I made a total mistake there. I think she should have been weary for her last things there. Whoops. But she has a long time recovering in the House of Elrond. She recovers 1 shadow, and she recovers just 2 hope. Wow, she is low heart. So she's up to 9 out of 10 hope, and goes up to 12 and 12 on her adventure and skill points. And Frerin is going to go up to nice 24. So he'll have a lot of adventure points to spend. 24 and 16. And he goes back up to full health. Removes his fatigue. He's got 4 heart, so he will go back up to 14. Full on his hope. Reduces 1 shadow. There we go. And then Amlaith is going to reduce 1 shadow. Fills back up on his hope. He had taken no damage. He will remove all the fatigue. And he will get 12 and 12. All right, so all that they have to do is updates, and we'll have the you go from 0, I forget, did he have 0, 0? Or did he have 4 and 4? I think he had 4 and 4. Yeah, so I think you should be at 16 and 16. I'll look back at my video, double check that. I just totally missed there. So that is everything for him there. So they can do their updates I'll probably hold the updates for the start of. I'll probably do this between session, and then say what happened at the start of the next one. But that's where they're at with that. And then for their actual the undertakings, they'll have 2 undertakings, so 1 and then a free one. So what they'll do is I think they will. Let's strengthen fellowship. So they'll go up by +1 on the fellowship until the next fellowship phase. They'll do that as their main one. And then as a free one, why don't they ponder storied and figured maps, which will give them a modifier of +1 to all feat die rolls made to determine the nature of events during the event resolution step of a journey. Oh, they can't do that because we don't have a free one. That's interesting. Because neither of those are of our party's makeup. So let's do strengthen fellowship, and we'll do study magical items again. Actually, just to we'll use the treasure hunter freebie. Just to get all of the details on our sword. So that's what we'll do there and there. So fellowship should actually be temporarily at 7 fellowship points for everyone. So I'll write that down. And again, we'll choose I'll just choose their things. Basically, between sessions, I'll mention to you the changes I made at the start of the next session. It just takes a little bit of time to read through all the cultural virtues and all that. So I don't want to bore you with that. And so lastly is just we said it was, study magical items. So what we know now is the sword. So the sword, we should know now. The hero's swords. The sword forged by the long-dead hero is named Estelang, the Unyielding Hope. The sword is notable for the strange black veins that run through the blade, traces of some other metal that adulterates the steel. It's a blade of Numenorian craftsmanship and is made to be the bane of undead and evil men. It has the qualities of superior fell, superior grievous, and keen. It also has another magical property. When wielded against undead, it removes their heartless fallibility and makes them craven instead. When affected by the intimidate foe combat task, that creature also loses 1 hate. So imagine that Amlaith took this sword to Elrond, and he looks at, to Glorfindel, we'll say. And Glorfindel looks at the sword and says, "This is a fine sword," and basically gives him all of that information. He's able to figure all of that out because Glorfindel is Glorfindel, and he's super cool. So I think that is it. I think that's me. I think that's the time. Thank you for watching. I have no idea how long this time went. Hopefully it was shorter, but we will see. And I hope that you had fun. And again, just thank you for joining me on this journey. Appreciate you guys watching. Bye.